details as well. There's no fire drill expected today, so if an alarm sounds, you just need to follow the directions. You'll find them listed on the back of the door, so if you're on a fire, just walk over here and then read the instructions on the back of that door before exiting the building as well. No, I'm being serious, just exit the building as well. We'll be taking photos and we'll be recording the session, so if anyone has got any objections to being recorded and having their image used in image rights all over the world, then please let one of the team know as well, and we'll make sure that you're not included. We will be observing the need to regularly sanitise microphones. That's the world we're living in now, in between panel discussions. Toilets are on the landing. You don't have to send a lot of instructions through. Toilets are on the landing where you came in, and there are some feedback forms for people to fill in at the end. You'll notice I've already filled in a bit about the host for the evening, 10 out of 10. So if you just fill in the rest of the bit, I don't mind what you say, because my bit's already been done as well. The format today, we're going to hear initially from Councillor Alistair Bradley, who's the leader of Chorley Council and has been for the last 9 years as well. Then we're going to hear from our keynote speaker, David Holmes, OBE of BAE Systems. At 10 a.m, we're going to hear from the first 3 panel discussions, with lunch served at around 12:45, and then we'll be all wrapped up by 3 p.m. So without any further delay, let me introduce Councillor Alistair Bradley, leader of Chorley Council for the last 9 years. And give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Chris. Turn the microphone on. Apologies, I'm sure you can all hear me very well, but I'll turn the microphone on so it's online as well. I think I know very many people in this room, and hopefully you all know me. I'm on the leader of Chorley Council, as Chris said, and I'm very excited by this event. It's great to see you all here. It's great to hopefully see the people online as well who are joining us and watching online. Obviously, I'm leader of Chorley Council. I'm also a member of this new partnership that we've launched with South Ribble, which again, like I said, we're very excited about, and welcome to this event here today. So, what are we here for this morning? It's a big question on a Tuesday morning, on a grey Tuesday morning in Lancashire. What we're here for is this launch of this new Chorley and South Ribble partnership, where we've agreed that it's a new strategy that we can use our collective and combined voice to influence the best outcomes for residents of both of our boroughs. We both worked really well individually previously. What we're looking to do now is to work more together. I think 48% of our staff are now working on both areas. The joint work we're doing across Chorley and South Ribble is great. What we want to see is our wider communities working closer together as well, and that's what we're fully in support of. I think the coronavirus pandemic over the last 18 months or so showed us that people's health and well-being and the economy and the world that they live in cannot be looked at independently. Both are necessary foundations for a flourishing and prosperous society. So as we develop our plans for that post-pandemic, hopefully, recovery, it's evident that here in Chorley and in South Ribble and in the rest of the world, we'd like to see a widening of the inequalities that we already see within our societies. And it might only serve to exaggerate, in a way, some of the issues and challenges we're already facing. And we want to sort of deal with that in a proactive and collaborative way, so we can deal with those challenges before they manifest themselves in our communities. So I think we actually now have a fairly amazing opportunity to change the direction of travel that we've been going in previously, to hopefully take some greater control to create a more inclusive economy and to create greater resilience and sustainability here in Chorley and South Ribble. Here we can't change the world globally, but what we can do is that small step to do things for our local populations. So how are we going to do that? I'll take the next page of my notes. This is one of the first stages of doing it, really, this first summit, if you like, where we're trying to bring together leaders, sector leaders, experts and key partners of both our councils to get feedback and to share insights, to share that information about what they're doing and what they possibly could do to improve our boroughs for us. We've asked for some of your views beforehand, and I hope you've thanked you for those who've already done that. We've collected that information into the packs that you've got in front of you. We'll also try and record the information as we go along today, to include that in the packs for the future as well, that information, because information is the key to this. And therefore, the 3 key themes that come out of what we've had discussions with you previously around some of the challenges are probably 3 things, and that's the key points of the discussions that will take place: debt and access to finance post-pandemic and post-recovery, future workforce challenges, which I think is affecting everybody. It's certainly affecting us as a council, and it's affecting me in my world of work as well. So a day job, a job if you like. And also access to land for future development, which you can see around us is happening here, but what else is happening on a large enough scale to serve our communities with the jobs and the infrastructure that they need. So I think leaders across Lancashire, nationally, globally, are working on plans to solve some of these challenges. And as I said, we can't solve the world problems here. What we can do is start to deal with some of the problems for Chorley, South Ribble and Central Lancashire. And this summit is just one of those critical steps for us to develop that collective position for us and make sure we have a strong voice. We've also got an emerging picture in Lancashire, where Lancashire is actually starting to work together again. We'll see how far it goes. But at the moment, we are in positive discussions as Lancashire leaders. All 15 of us last week agreed on something for the first time, Paul, in quite a long time. And you may see that emerging. And again, Chorley and South Ribble needs that strong voice as part of that emerging Lancashire discussion. And myself and Paul are very clear about that. So our aim is that we can work together to identify and develop some of those priorities and economic aspirations that we all have and commit to driving those forward together. So in terms of details for today, we've already the housekeeping from Chris, but I'd first like to again thank you for all your input so far and thank you for just being here. It's very nice to do events like this after so long doing things online and not in person. Our proceedings will be, I'm sure, expertly facilitated by Chris, who I'm sure most of you know, who I believe also recently hosted the official opening of the £400 million Liverpool Container Port event. And while our event is certainly smaller here today, I'm sure he'd agree that it's no less important. As a proud and passionate resident of this area who's chosen to make it his home, and chosen to talk to me every time about cricket and how my brother bowls him out when they play cricket together, I think local passion is important in some of the stuff we're going to do because we care about where we live, we care about our communities. I'm also delighted to welcome David Holmes here, who's the Global Director of BAE Systems, who will provide our keynote address. Thank you, Dave, for coming along this morning. As one of the leading players in our area, BAE will shape our community for many years to come as it has in the past. Therefore, we have to listen to people who have that impact in our areas. And there is great news in some of the developments that are going to take place over Chorley Centre over the coming weeks and about the press, which will make us yet more a key player on a larger regional and national stage. Finally, to my co-leader of South Ribble, the overall chair of our new Chorley and South Ribble Partnership, Councillor Paul Foster, South Ribble will hand over to now. I'm certainly looking forward to today and listening to what you all have to say. So I'll let Paul say a few words and hopefully I'll shut up for the rest of the day. But you all know me. You need to find me later. Thank you.
I've got a microphone, so you just have to hear me. You know, it's wonderful when they tell you 5 minutes before they want to say a few words, they can say a few words. So I haven't prepared any speech, and I'll be glad to know about that. Thank you for attending. One of the priorities, I've only been leader in South Ribble for 2.5 years, but an absolute priority for us as a new administration was to work much closer with our partners, all our partners, because in isolation I think you really struggle to achieve anything. But when you work as a team, and there's so many great partners in South Ribble and Chorley and Central Lancashire and Lancashire wider in the North West, you can achieve so much. And I'm a firm believer as well that timing is everything in life. And timing now for us in Central Lancashire is just absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect, because there's some huge big economic development opportunities for us in Chorley and South Ribble. And I'm not jumping on it, I'm not going to be careful what I say now, but the UK Cyber Centre is coming to South Ribble. £5 billion of government investment. I just think that £5 billion of government investment coming into South Ribble. So it's going to employment and skills. It's just absolutely wonderful. But what that means is that the partnership, everyone here today, we need to start thinking slightly outside the box, I think, and we need to see what's the art of the possible, because there's much more that we can support the Cyber Centre. And what do I mean by that? Well, the government's wish, and I spoke to the Minister about this directly, is that the global cyber community come to South Ribble and Chorley. So we need to be able to facilitate that. I also then look at Cudin in Central Lancashire. That site has sat there for 10 years, Alistair. Nothing. Singularly one of the biggest development sites in Lancashire, and it's sat empty. So we need to work together and make sure we develop that. the economic benefit of us all. I include the NHS in that as well, because the NHS is looking really closely to the state now. As a partnership, we need to support that. And finally, from me, and this isn't me being a loony lefty, I promise you, but we need to consider social value in everything that we do as well. What value do our communities get from our investment and our work together? If they feel a real investment, it's not always about money, it's about opportunity as well, isn't it? But the social value for me is so, so important, because if our community see everything that we're doing together is having value for them, then they'll buy into it and they'll wholly support it. So please, when we have our discussions today, we think about social value as well. And that's off the cuff, and nice to meet you all. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Paul. When I was the editor of the Chorley Guide for 6 years, we used to do special offers every week. Win a car, win an exotic holiday, win whatever. And people say to me, "What was the best ever offer that you ever did?" And I said, without a word of a lie, I said, "We did one once, and it was get a free grapes plastic." And all you had to do was rip out a voucher. People went into newsagents and ripped out the voucher and left the Chorley Guide. And you got that really earth quality in Chorley alongside this ambition. And the ambition we've got here, just looking around this fantastic building which the council built, took a big punt on this, and it's now got full occupancy as well. But that's what I love about Chorley. The two worlds that coexist together. I have got an apology actually, because our keynote speaker today is David Holmes. I'm not apologising for that because David Holmes, but there's two David Holmes of BAE Systems. There's David Holmes Jr., who is the son of David Holmes Sr. Now, we thought we were getting David Holmes Jr. today, but we're not. We're getting David Holmes Sr., who's the Advanced Projects Technology and Manufacturing Director of Air Sector BAE Systems. By way of introduction, Dave, who is the father of Dave Jr., started his career with British Aerospace in 1984 as an apprentice, has been with the company for over 30 years. He was awarded an OBE for services to manufacturing in the aerospace sector in the Queen's Birthday Honours in 2020. It's not Dave Jr. that we wanted, it's Dave Sr., but put your hands together for Dave Holmes.
Got to say, Chris, that's a hell of a building. I'm not quite sure I'm going to live up to that. So, good morning, everybody. I sort of sit listening carefully to the two leaders and think, oh, I should have prepared a bit better for this, shouldn't I? I sort of see the big scripts listed out. So, let's see how we go on this morning. So, good morning. I am Dave Holmes, Senior. Thanks, Chris. And I've been with the company quite a while. Grand job title, so I look after our advanced projects, technology as well as manufacturing quality for the air sector. Our air sector employs 25,000 people, significant portion in the UK, 13,000 in the UK, 6,000 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've got people out in Turkey, we've got people out in Qatar, people out in Oman, got about 7,000 sitting out in Australia, and then the rest of them dotted around, including in the US. We've been at it quite a while. People sort of say, we keep rebranding and changing our name. We've not changed it for over 20 years, so we're probably about to do something radical and shift it from BAE Systems. And if you sat in Lancashire, you probably know us better as British Aerospace. So I started as an apprentice, and I'm quite proud of that. I'm the third generation in the company. Chris Samples, my son, he's the fourth generation. So we've been at it since 1939. And why is that important? Well, as you can tell, I've got a good Lancashire accent. Born local, live local, work local, more importantly, spending money local. That's dead important to create an economic flywheel and that prosperity that keeps going round. On a Lancashire setting, we have roughly 10,500 people working between our site at Samlesbury and our site over at Warren. So big conurbations there of employment, and those people, the majority of them, sit in and around, in terms of their housing, around this Lancashire setting. We do have people who travel from further afield, because of course we recruit people who have the best of breed, best in skills. We're challenged like everyone else. We've got a slightly aging demographic. 40% of our workforce is over 50, and those individuals have got over 30 years employment with the company. So that's an important thing to remember as well, because that says we have a continuing need now for a pipeline of skills and talent. It also suggests that we don't turn our staff over on a regular basis. So when people come, they land and expand. We try to create opportunities so they can grow. And so my language is be the best you can be. People develop at different rates through life, different opportunities, and I sort of describe our business, our ecosystem, a bit like Disney. There's something there for everybody. You just have to get it. Yeah. And then you sort of make your own way, your own path in life. I think that's the same with a number of organisations and companies here today. I do look after our next generation products. Our product cycle is 2 working careers. So I'm busy now for the last 5 years for people working on a next generation aircraft system that will go for initial operating capability with the UK customer hopefully in 2035, enter into full service, full capability in 2040, and be in service until 2080 and beyond. So trying to understand the technologies that are needed and will be there in 2035, and whether something needs a death ray or not, and how do you connect to things is really interesting. In terms of the next generation products, we're going to touch on it a bit, but electrification is going to be key. Our power requirements, our electrical power requirements. Now, if you take a 787 aircraft, sort of the big Dreamliner, we need that much electrical power in something the size of a Typhoon, so something which is sort of 16, 17 metres long by 10 metres wide. So you get an idea of how much electricity is going to be needed and distributed around those sorts of vehicles. Howard kindly gave me some pointers to try and cover this morning, and give you some insights to what's been happening in our world for the last couple of years and sort of look forward. The pandemic's touched everybody. I was on site till 1:15 in the morning of the 24th as the nation went into lockdown on the 23rd of March. I think we've sort of seen it coming, if I'm being honest. I'd stood up our business continuity management team across the UK enterprise and across the Middle East, and out in Australia. I stood it up at the end of January, stand fast. The World Health Organization had not declared a pandemic at that point in time. We'd started to enact our BCM planning. We weren't ready. Let's dress it up however you want. We weren't ready. I don't think anybody's ready. I don't think the world was ready. I think anybody who tells you they have great plans, great resilience programs in place, I think they're slightly delusional. I think what we've done collectively as a nation, as society, is respond to an emerging set of situations, and it's seen the best come out of people, and hopefully we'll see more of that and people capitalise on it going forward. We stood all our factories down. In the UK, with about 35,000 people, got land, maritime, and the cyber elements. From an air sector standpoint, we shut for 8 days. We didn't furlough anybody, everyone's been paid, put them all down, we started to put a safe system in work. We ran a Pathfinder on day 9 at Salisbury, in Poland, all about Lancashire. Well, because I live here. Pathfinder at Salisbury, and then progressively we brought back 4,500 people on site in 30 days across 16 locations in the UK, including the RAF bases. Why is that important? Well, we've got people who are providing back office support to the quick reaction, quick alert situations. We see Typhoon scramble because somebody impinges the UK airspace to BA Systems people in the back office and on the ground maintaining those jets getting going. So it's really important we got those in place. We introduced safe systems like everybody else we found in our way. The advice from government, as we know, was variable. It was emergent. We were making it up as we went, as with most people. But we had great collaboration with the trade unions because we needed an ecosystem. It was no good us standing our enterprise up and the rest of this big extended enterprise being dormant and sort of floundering. Worked closely with the regional national trade unions and shared our practices, our approaches, our principles to allow those to take them into small, medium enterprise companies. We wanted those companies to be viable and keep going. We focused heavily on cash management. We paid suppliers early to keep them liquid. Because of course, we pride ourselves being here. We've been here for a long time, built off the back of the Industrial Revolution. We need that ecosystem. So it has to be viable. It's no good us sort of just being able to sit there. Because of course that would have meant we've just been offshore and everything. And that's really not what we're about. On about day 6, we were contacted by the Electric Resilience Forum with a very difficult request. And this is what brings it home in terms of people thinking, was the pandemic, some sort of spoof media rooms, in terms of, could you help? We don't think we've got enough capacity for regrettably for storing people who are going to decease as a consequence of catching this virus. Can you help with mortuary? Within 10 days, we'd emptied out 75,000 square foot facility on our Warden site. And working close to the Resilience Forum, Manchester County Council partners, we converted that into a temporary mortuary. to house just over 2,000 bodies. I walked around that, obviously all through the stages of it, and that was very sobering. So when you've got people who are blatantly disregarding safe systems, not sort of taking on board the government's advice from the county councils, NHS, everybody, it really creates a frustration, because this is not a joke, this is really serious. Now the good part of that story, despite the fact it had 5 typhoons in bits and we've now gone back together and we haven't delivered them, is the fact that we didn't need it. So all the efforts that were put in collectively by people here today, people online, everybody outside, was a tremendous united force. Hold that thought, because that's what we can do when we pull together. And if we can apply that in an economic sense, then we can be a force for good. And really, that's one of the things that the pandemic comes out of it. The maths don't stack up, because there are 4,500 people on site, so what would the other 9,000 people do? Well, they were working at home. That was really interesting, but they weren't enabling IT at the start of this. And you're not surprised our IT system doesn't just run down sort of a BT piece of fibre or copper wire. We've got all sorts of security gates on either end to protect what we do. We had to deploy laptops and enable people at home, and realised that our pipeline wasn't big enough. We increased the size of the pipe, and essentially the security head end that does the encryption tenfold over 60 days to enable all of the UK. And very quickly, by the time we got to the end of May, all of the 9,500 people in the air sector and across the other sectors were all fully enabled to be able to work at home, and indeed most of them stayed there ever since. I'll come to that in a little bit. We also realised there were some challenges out in the wider community. Firmly believe everybody has the right to learn, everybody has the right to be safe, everybody has the right to freedom of speech, but learning is the foundation stone that allows us to be the people we can be. We were watching carefully the challenges that people have with homeschooling. So we managed to repurpose just over 300 laptops, clean them out and redistribute them, and again working with partners across the county, give those out to children and families who weren't enabled to be able to do online homeschooling, fundamental for us. And it just shows how clever we are that we managed to scrub down all the data off the laptops and not give somebody the store's release programs off a typhoon, because that could have been dead interesting, couldn't it? Of course, whilst all this has been ongoing, there's been a challenge around net zero. It's not a new thing. The world at large understands its obligations to climate control and preserving resources. We see the effects of it on a daily basis. From a Lancashire setting, and indeed broader, we've got a huge obligation around net zero. Indeed, our chief exec in February this year announced that we will be net zero for Scope 1 and 2 for people familiar with by 2030. That's a big ambition. When you take that across our global footprint. But of course, planting trees, sequestration, isn't a route out of it. Just for those people who are really interested. If you want to plant your way out of this, about 40 years from planting a tree, it's absorbed about 3 tonnes of carbon. So that's not the route to the loot. It needs societal intervention, it needs some good engineering solutions, it needs us to change our habits and all of the things you've seen in COP26. So our forward plans are to do exactly that. We will change what I class as our built environment, our footprint. We'll change our buildings. We are investing heavily in terms of modernising those and essentially switching away from gas and steam and changing those into electrified solutions. Big challenge, more solar farms, more photovoltaics needed, and looking at the way our buildings are constructed, changing people's habits, linking into sort of future ways of working. It also opens up opportunities for us around new products. Again, for people who track the company, you may have seen I created a new line of business in September for electric products. So we are focusing heavy on things which will augment the fast jets. We're proud of our fast jet tradition. There will always be a need for fast jets. But our electric products are, without a doubt, going to be an emerging capability. So again, we've all seen some of the partnerships we've put in place with small, medium enterprise companies. One of them is a company called Malloy, based down in Berkshire. They make quadcopters. I'm trying to make a quadcopter which will lift 650 pounds and fly a considerable distance to be able to use for CASEVAC, MEDEVAC, humanitarian issues, as well as military applications, ship to ship, ship to shore, moving logistics around. We're also just about to announce, as we step into the new year, a collaboration around an urban air mobility vehicle as well. So keep watching that space in terms of the things that we're doing. Excuse me. We also realise we need to change the fuels. we've got a whole series of people working on low carbon fuels. So synthetic aviation fuel, mostly we've been grumbling about the E10 fuel being offered at the petrol pumps. So without a doubt, synthetic fuels of some nature will take a precedence and role going forward, as will hydrogen, as will e-methane. So can we produce efficient methane and use that in propulsion systems? And then does that have a role in terms of road-going vehicles as well? All of those, I think, will present opportunities for Lancashire and the northwest of England. So looking forward, well, I mentioned our products are on a 2 working career life cycle. I was privileged to be involved with Typhoon as an inception in the early 80s and worked on a prototype experimental aircraft programme. Typhoon's still in service. Indeed, I've still got Typhoons being produced now for delivery to the Qatari customer. If you watch closely with the World Cup next year, you'll see Typhoons produced in Lancashire, doing the air policing over the World Cup. You'll also see squadrons of the Royal Air Force in support of those activities, helping with that air policing to keep people safe and hopefully allow England to bring it home. We're now getting ready for the next generation asset though, so something called the Future Combat Air System. Unlikely to be one aeroplane, there will be a crewed manned version. Super sneaky, super clever, super expensive probably. We call it exotic, exquisite. Others likely to be also supported by a range of other attritable assets to give combat mass. So these are things which will be unmanned and will either be expendable or attritable, or again, there will be some exotic nature of them. And again, using those to propel Lancashire back where it needs to be in terms of those ambitions in 2035 and beyond, and start to use that as a pivot. That will also impact on our future ways of working. Without a doubt, we are moving to a hybrid way of working, collaboration. That's really great for being able to untap latent talent. So people who are at various stages of careers, people who've got various restrictions about the hours they can work, the flexibility, and then providing an opportunity for a hybrid situation, allowing to connect from home, limited time on sites, etc., allowing them then to be the best they can be. Absolutely imperative for us because we want to create more diversity and inclusivity in our workforce and indeed how we want to collaborate wider. And all of that, of course, will mean that we need to go and repurpose, redesign our sites to get ready. The challenges for the Future Combat Air System are not only we're doing it in collaboration with a number of international collaborators, is that we can deliver something half the time and half the cost. That's no mean feat. And again, for those of you who are anoraks for all these things, there's a series of laws called Augustine's Laws, developed in the late 1970s. Law number 16 says that every time new capability comes on board, it's always incrementally more expensive. So therefore, by the time we got to 2060, the armed forces of the world could only ever afford to have one aeroplane. So we're trying to break law number 16 in Lancashire and keep remembering the Lancashires. So what do we do in the region and why is it important? Well, I think in terms of the ambitions we've got from BAE Systems and our next generation products, we're anchored. We're anchored here for every one person employed on the sites. There's 5 people directly and indirectly employed within the region. Okay, our annual sort of average GVA per person is over £100,000 in terms of employment per person inside the gates. Which is 3 times the regional average. So that ecosystem, that cascade, is really important. And again, I work on the principles of almost a halo effect. If we're paying people well inside the gates, we encourage them to stay with us. They want to live in nice houses, they want to live in nice neighbourhoods, they want good areas to dispose of their disposable income. That's our role, to create an ecosystem. That allows us as an employer to attract the best people we can. The new generation programmes coming on board, which have got longevity. Our F-35 programme, which I worked in the bid phase in 1998, is we've got a 10% share in a $1.5 trillion programme that comes through Lancashire. $1.5 trillion. And in terms of the slated presidential budgets in terms of production, they've already declared production runs out till 2045. By the end of this year, I'll have produced more back ends for the F-35 Lightning II fighter than we produced the total Typhoon aircraft through Samsung. So just give you an idea of the scale. FCAS clearly runs on from that and again provides an opportunity for new businesses, new roles, new supply chains as we start to address some of those interesting challenges. And for me, that and other things, we should be setting our ambition, these gentlemen before me sort of articulated well, to create the Aberdeen effect in Lancashire. So what the oil and gas industry did for Aberdeen, I believe we've got a number of key tenants now and strands that sit at our feet that we can do something with and major on. Clearly we need people to be digital native. I'll touch on the cyberforce thing in a second, but we need people who have digital native skills from the early ages of schooling so they are equipped to be highly competitive, highly employable and help transform our existing businesses, which are really great, and also allow to position for next generation technologies. The skills pipeline is fundamental. We need to continue to collaborate and work together to give people the ambition and the opportunities that they deserve. Somebody gave us those opportunities, and it's shame on us if we don't create those opportunities for people following behind. Because they are our sons, our daughters, our grandchildren, our neighbours. We don't want them to enter into a world of worthlessness, where they become problematic in society because we haven't got it right and we've not laid the foundation stones. So that's our job collectively as a community, and then work with the great establishments we've got right across the boroughs, right across Lancashire, to create those people who are highly employable and much sought after. The demographic within the science, technology, engineering, manufacturing sectors at large across the UK means there will be a shortage of people. It's here and now. The demographic means we can't afford people to work into the 70s. We are going to need to do something. So we need to seize that and make sure as Lancashire we're getting ready for it. And of course we touched on the NCF, National Cyber Force. I've been working on that for about 18 months on a very close hold programme with other partners across the county, from Lancashire County Council through to University of Central Lancashire, Lancaster University and one or two others, to try and anchor that within the heart of Lancashire on the Salisbury Enterprise Zone. Now, I've described to many people in the past that Salisbury Enterprise Zone is a site of international significance. This is not a location for placing warehouses. There's always a need for warehousing, by the way, it's great. But what we need is to make sure that Salisbury develops as that anchor point for high-end differentiating skills, which positions us that then irradiates out right across the county. The NCF is one of those massive anchor tenants. In terms of their ambition, again, we're on sort of restriction in terms of the details we can share. But if you were to go and Google Cheltenham and go and look at GCHQ, they moved from Bletchley as their principal hub in 1951. They've been there for 70 years and are growing and are growing. The threat and nature of cyber effects, spoof media, people hacking into misinformation, bank accounts, stalling businesses from trading, is here and writ large, and we've now captured that as an opportunity for a national centre sitting in Lancashire to put us on the map and creating an effective corridor between Lancashire and Manchester for the other cyber assets that reside in the northwest of England and position it going forward. I was thinking we need to take the learning from the pandemic, and we'll finish the second question. We take the learning from the pandemic. I mentioned about us collaborating, pulling together, having belief, having trust, having respect for each other, breaking down all the normal barriers that get in the way from doing business. So how do we enshrine those principles in a go-forward plan, rather than everybody reverting back to being all contractual, all spectrum-like, and actually thinking in a very insular way, rather than having belief and ambition and thinking big picture. We're not competing across Lancashire. If anybody thinks you're competing between Chorley and South Ribble, or out to sort of Preston and through to Lancaster, you're in the wrong movie, I'm afraid, from my perspective. We're competing against national forces. We're competing against international forces. Why are international companies buying up UK assets? It's because we're cheap. They recognise our skills, they recognise our capabilities, they are homing in to buy up national institutions. They want our workforce, they want the market sector. So why don't we brigade together and do something about that? We're also seeing that the pandemic's caused challenges in terms of supply chains. People are still living through it now. We were going to get with turkeys for Christmas. Will there be tinsel? Will there be baubles? Real fundamentals, yes, but real issues. If you're in the engineering, automotive, manufacturing sector, having certainty of supply, confidence on pricing, and the ability to be able to project forward when you are pricing opportunities and trying to take on forward long-term contracts is really challenging. So I believe that provides an opportunity for onshoring. And I think in Lancashire we've got an opportunity now to start to explain that engineering and manufacturing never went out of vogue. It was at the heart of what we do and will be at the heart going forward. And we should use that as a real projection system now to enable other companies, governments to want to invest here because we can provide the resources, the real estate, the skills, the capabilities. We've got a great pedigree all the way back to the 1800s. Why we survived so long? Because on those skills, that real estate, that engineering ambition. And of course, we need to capitalise on the green agenda. COP26 provide a platform. We've already got some great companies that sit around Lancashire who provide capabilities throughout the total ecosystem of the green agenda. Whether that be from waste management, whether it's designing systems, producing heating ventilation systems, all the way through training individuals. It's up to us now to make more of that agenda and take it forward. So finally, for me, just don't forget the past. We've been successful, that's how we've done it. The ambition coming here today, I've not seen the facilities this morning, before today. I came in here at 8:45 this morning for a bit of a sneak early, and I was blown away. Just in terms of the ambition of what can be done and create these centres, these hubs, so people come together with great ideas and we'll take them forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I've heard you speak lots of times as well, but you always seem to just describe it in such a way that people can understand and can relate to, because BAE is a multi-billion-pound company as well, and you get down, and fundamentally though, from your point of view, you're Lancashire through and through. Mindful of time, have we got any questions that anybody wants to ask David? I'm always mindful he's going back up to BAE, probably in his Typhoon jet, which is quite exciting right now. No, listen David, thanks as always for being a huge ambassador for Lancashire. Put your hands together for David. Thank you very much. What I will say though, you pour water really noisily, at the very beginning there. As faults go, that's one we can permit, but if you just leave your microphone over there as well. I'll introduce the first panel. I should just say actually, the way we've done it is, we've been working with the organisers on this for a couple of, about a month and a half now as well. And we looked at the list of speakers today, and what we decided to do is, this is about businesses, and there's so many great businesses in Chorley and South Ribble as well. So we've got some great businesses on the three panels as well. Now they can sit on any panel. They're not just going to talk about sustainability or skills or employment. They're going to talk across the piece as well. So I would like to introduce the first panel. We've got Claire Russell, Principal of Runshaw College, Paul Foster, Federation of Small Businesses, Stephen Johnson, CEO of ROC, Nigel Davis of BAE Systems. He can give us the inside story of BAE Systems and what David's really like now. And also Emma Russell of Alpha Travel. If you can put your hands together for those speakers, that'd be great. Thank you very much. And I should just say that if you take any seat you want, and then when you want to talk, when it's your turn, just put your microphone on as well. Just the format is I will ask questions of each of the panel, one at a time as well, and then what I'll do, I'll open up to questions, whether it's by Slido or whether it's putting your hand up as well. The first speaker I'm going to come to is Claire Russell, Principal of Runshaw College. Have we got anyone from Southport here? Anyone from Southport? Anyone from Southport? Do you know a chippy called the Swan Chippy? You do. Very good chippy, isn't it? Yes. Do you recognise Claire Russell? You are not far off the mark, because Claire Russell, Principal of Runshaw College, used to work at a chip shop in Southport called the Swan Chippy. Interesting fact. I was trying to get to the real issue here at Runshaw College. She's got 3 children, all of them have been to Runshaw College. Claire, incidentally, was a 20-year-old single mum when she raised her first daughter as well. I always find it's important. These people have got real life stories behind them as well. Thanks, Claire, for coming. On to our next speaker. Paul, there's more to it than that, don't worry. That's the way I go, Claire, don't worry. She's never actually been interviewed by me before, otherwise she would know that. Claire, now, my daughter went to Runshaw College. Huge college, hugely impressive. I can talk from inside experience as well. I think people aren't always aware of how big it is, the number of students you've got, the number of staff you've got, what your turnover is. So just give us a bit of an insight, if you would.
I'm going to hold this down the whole
No, just press it down.
Okay,
press it down.
just the once.
That's okay. Not as easy as cooking chips, is it? Yeah.
Learning new skills every day, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Yeah, well, do you know what? I'm really proud that people don't think Runshaw College is huge, because actually we pride ourselves on every individual being really cared for as an individual, and actually the people the students get to know in the college feel like kind of family groups rather than some great big soulless institution. But we are a significant size. We have at our Leyland campus, we have over 5,000 young people aged 16 to 18 studying there. And then we also have, what a lot of people don't know actually, is about 1,000 adults and apprentices studying with us as well. In terms of, I mean, we're a significant employer in the region. We have about 700 staff. And again, people are often surprised that a lot of those staff are support staff. We don't just employ a load of teachers. You know, we've got about 250 teachers, and the rest of our staff are made up of support staff in all sorts of different roles, whether it's from sort of estates management, catering facilities, which is, you know, to feed 5,000 young people takes a lot of catering. Not just chips, although that does help. And right through to, gosh, we've got a great team of data analysts, we've got, of course, finance, HR teams, that sort of thing, and then people who work with students directly in careers advice and enrichment activities and all those sorts of things. So about 700 staff, and in total, it's a £28 million turnover organisation. A lot of people don't know as well that colleges are not like schools. We're not sort of under the local authority in any way. We are self-run. We're classed legally as private sector organisations, even though we're publicly funded. So I think that as far as my understanding of the accounts goes, that means we can go bust, and that's possible, and we need to be really careful to manage the books. So hopefully that.
Really good, really good. I should apologise, I'm going to block your view just for the beginning, but I will be moving, don't worry. You won't be seeing this view for much longer, which will delight you, I'm absolutely sure. So my 18-year-old daughter did A-levels at Runshaw College, like so many other people. A lot of people associate Runshaw College as being an A-level college, but I think 50% of the courses or the students you have do vocational courses as well. And it was something David touched upon about the need to try and get the best talent. Just explain that you're not just an A-level college.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, every year group we have about 50-50 A-level students, vocational students. So there's about, in the sixth form college, about 2,500 A-level students, about 2,500 students studying vocational courses across their sort of BTEC qualifications primarily, but also things like MBQs, City and Guilds, UAL qualifications. So absolutely, those qualifications are the right route for large numbers of students. You know, students who are really focused on their careers, they know which sector they want to go into, they're really determined to get there, and they want the skills and experiences in those particular sectors that are going to lead them straight into their career path. A-levels, on the other hand, obviously give you that academic grounding, they can allow more flexibility, more breadth. So there's pros and cons either way, particularly around assessment as well. You know, a lot of students perform much better when they're assessed over the long term rather than assessed in those high pressure exams at the end of a course. They're all at the end of 2 years now, A-levels, unlike they have been for the last 20 years. So there's pros and cons either way, and equally, as I say, a lot of our students go into apprenticeships as well. So we've got the full spread of curriculum in all of those different types of course. You can do anything from kind of business studies through to public services, through to engineering, and IT and digital, and everything in between.
One of the criticisms of universities and colleges is they don't produce work-ready students. You became the chief exec fairly recently. You made it part of your mission statement to get closer to the employers. So you've been doing the round robin, meeting employers. Obviously, the pandemic's not made it easy for you as well. What are employers saying to you?
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the things I set out when I had my interview for the job of principal and chief exec. Gosh, I think it's 2 years ago now. I've been in role for just over a year. Started last August. I was interviewed for the role just before Christmas 2019. And one of the things I set out to the governors was, look, we need to be better connected. We need to be at the heart of our community. And so it's great to look around the room and see lots and lots of people that I've been meeting over the last year or so. Because we need to be positioned as that place where we can provide all of the education and training and skills needs that our region requires. You know, we have got that full-ranging curriculum from entry level, level 1, level 2, level 3, right through to level 4 provision. we can provide all of those different skills. And so I wanted to make sure that I was linked up with those needs through employers, through community groups, etc., so that we actually understand what those needs are, because there's absolutely no use in us just sitting behind our closed doors in a college going, we deliver these courses, and not speaking to anybody, because we need to find out what those needs are. So I've been making it a personal mission of mine to do that, as you say. Actually, the pandemic's probably made it easier rather than harder in one way, because we all know it's been dead easy to meet on Teams and on Zoom and stuff, and that's enabled us to fit in lots and lots of meetings during the course of the day, and we can touch base with lots of different people. It is weird seeing everyone in 3 dimensions though, and apologies if I don't always recognise everyone in the room, because it's a bit different when you meet when you're both wearing your pyjamas, isn't it?
How'd you look at you then, Chris?
At least from the waist down.
We did actually talk, and you were on a week's holiday as well.
I was,
actually. Yeah. But you weren't wearing your pyjamas, and nor was I. Now you used to teach computer science, so you understand the whole digital gap better than most. You're doing a survey in digital skills, and you're also setting up a centre of digital excellence as well. Just tell us about that, because that's something I hear a lot. Every business now fundamentally is a tech business.
This is a really exciting project. We have started work on something called the Centre of Digital Excellence, so CODE for short. CODE, Centre of Digital Excellence for Lancashire, and we're working in collaboration with lots of other Lancashire colleges. This is it's in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, the North and Western Lancashire Chamber of Commerce, and it's under the banner of the Government Skills Accelerator Fund and the Local Skills Improvement Plan. So we've been tasked with setting up the Centre of Digital Excellence. We haven't got very long to do it. The funding for the project runs out in March, so it's quite a time frame. And we're at the stage at the moment of surveying employers. So hopefully everyone's seen the survey come out. If you've missed it, I put a reminder out on my LinkedIn yesterday, so please check it out. Just to try and understand, really get under the skin of digital skills needs, because everyone keeps talking about a digital skills gap like it's a thing, like it's a one thing. But actually, the digital sector is really diverse and really multifaceted. And so we wanted to get under the skin of that. So the survey asks questions about, it's fairly simple to fill in, but it asks questions about what particular skills needs are required. Is it going to be a load of programmers we need into the future? Is it going to be a load of machining technologists? Is it going to be cybersecurity specialists? Is it going to be digital marketing? Is it basic digital skills that everyone needs? We don't have a really clear picture on that just yet, but the survey closes this week. So once we've collated all of that, we've had hundreds of responses already. So we're going to put it all together and totally take a blank page to our digital skills curriculum. We don't honestly know what it's going to look like. We want to be completely responsive to what those needs are and then design our curriculum accordingly. And we're going to be delivering whatever provision it tells us to deliver within the next few months. So it's really exciting, it's fast moving. Obviously it's close to my heart, but that's my background. I started my teaching life teaching IT and computer science.
Claire, can I apologise to you? Because I'm going to say something now. I want to apologise for saying it. Right, okay. I thought as part of my preparation for this, I'd look at your list of governors, and I thought what you'd see is a load of well-to-do parents whose kids go to Montreal College sitting on your board of governors. I know my wife did when actually went second high calls as well. I looked at it, and you've got like Warren Middleton, who's the lead partner of KPMG in the north in Manchester. You've got David Chamberlain, who his kids, he's just had one born 2 weeks ago and a 2-year-old. I mean, kids are nowhere near going to Montreal College. He runs videos, which is just won a huge award at the GP Ballhound and Northern Tech Awards as well. And it literally is a who's who of all the great and good. Most of them probably haven't even got kids at the college as well. And I just thought that was almost like a business mentality you take into your board of governors. Is that deliberate?
Totally, yeah. And if it wasn't, I'd say it wasn't right, because it sounds really good. But no, genuinely, it is deliberate. And we see the value in linking up with business in that way. The whole point of the Board of Governors is to provide support for the college and challenge. So that's their dual role. And they can't challenge us if they don't have that real in-depth understanding of business and a range of industries. So we do proactively recruit governors who have those skills. Warren Middleton's been the chair of governors for many years now, so he brings all that expertise in from KPMG. That's really valuable. As I say, in the last 12 months, actually, we've been reaching out particularly to recruit new governors, and David Chamberlain's one of those, because of his entrepreneurial spirit, his innovative ideas, his creativity, just always coming up with different ways of looking at things, and that's incredibly useful. They're a formidable force in our governing board meetings. You know, I'm on one side of the table and they're on the other, and the challenge and the authority is amazing, but that's what we need. That's what keeps us on top of our game and keeps us on our toes.
Just mindful that I'm not blocking the view for excellent here. You know, as I stand in front of this nice streaming service, but you three can be seen on this side, you two can't at the moment. But I know Stephen Johnson, that's not a loss, quite honestly, but I think it's really important that you put yourself out there to be tested and scrutinised as well, because there is a danger, if you don't do this, you will be out of touch with the needs of employers. I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, totally. It's a risk, isn't it? So, and we don't want to take that risk. So, Runshaw's been an outstanding college graded by Ofsted for over 25 years now. And that doesn't happen by accident. It doesn't happen by being complacent and thinking that you've got it right. It only happens by continually trying to improve and finding those marginal gains and better ways of doing things. So it's by working with employers and industry leaders and the community more broadly that helps us to be ahead of the game and understand how we can continually improve the education we provide.
And final question, what sort of catchment area do your students come from?
It's really, really diverse. Chorley and South Ribble's our heartland, of course. Most of our adult learners and apprentices come from Chorley and South Ribble. But in terms of our 16 to 18-year-olds, you've mentioned I live in Southport. My 3 children have all caught a bus from Southport to Runshaw, and they're not the only ones on that bus. You know, we have a really extensive bus network, which we've run ourselves, heavily subsidised. We've got bus stops from as far north as Garstang, right down to kind of Skelmersdale, Bolton areas, over to Southport, as far west as on the coast, and then east towards kind of Blackburn, Accrington areas. So quite a catchment area, and students travel those distances often more than an hour each way on the bus because they value the high quality education. And so we know that the onus is on us to make it worth their journey.
Without doubt, you are the best speaker we've had so far on this panel. You know, I think I can say that. You know, no, really good. You've come a long way since the days of the chip shop in Southport. Thanks very much for that. But don't go anywhere. We've got some more questions. Now I'd like to introduce Paul Foster, Development Manager at the Lancashire and Cumbria Federation of Small Businesses. How are you, Paul?
Morning, Chris. Yeah, morning, everyone.
Okay, that was seamless, wasn't it? That was absolutely seamless the way you did that. I asked a question and you pressed that button. Now, I think congratulations are in order in your case, aren't they? Because when you say to people, what have you been up to during the pandemic, you've had a baby.
We did, yeah. We've got a baby girl who was born summer of last year. So it's been a even more crazy 18 months or so than it would have been.
What's your daughter called?
Chloe.
Chloe, that's lovely. That's lovely. Now, if she ever needs to go to a good college, I can recommend Runshall College. I think she'll probably get the curriculum coming through your door fairly soon. Now, you've got 6,000 members across Lancashire and Cumbria. Would it be fair to say that you put the S into SMEs? That's your bread and butter.
Yeah. So as an organisation, we are a business membership organisation. You've given an idea of the numbers of businesses there. We cover the whole of the UK, but my responsibility is Lancashire and Cumbria. 90% of the businesses that we work with are micro businesses, so less than 10 employees. Most of them have got a handful of people that they work with. So some particular challenges you get in the size of business.
You represent 130,000 businesses across the UK. What help are you giving them?
So as an organisation, we do a lot of the kind of back office functions that maybe bigger businesses would have in-house. So you might have your own accountant, you might have your own solicitor, you might have your own advisors and a range of things. So we offer that for small businesses that they can tap into that expertise and those resources without having to physically employ people to do that in-house, if you like.
I think I love businesses because they display so much resilience, especially in a place like Chorley and South Ribble as well. There's so many resilient businesses here. But businesses have had it tough. You know, we've had Brexit, we've had COVID, we've got supply chain issues, we've got recruitment skills, which we're going to be touching on as well. What are your members saying to you?
It's a very mixed picture at the moment, and as I'm sure we'll get to in the course of the day. In some cases, we don't know the level of damage yet done to some of the smaller businesses. Some have prospered through the pandemic, some have pivoted, some are doing things differently. Others have taken on a lot of debt. which is a real concern. Whether that's bounce back loans, whether that's deferred tax, whether that's deferred rent payments. So we suspect there's a lot of those businesses out there that are in some financial distress that it's not really on the radar yet. So that's something that's probably going to play itself out over the next 12 months as situations change with regards to those types of payments that might be deferred. So a worrying time, I think, individually for a lot of small businesses. But as I say, on the flip side, there are some that are prospered and are looking to really accelerate growth now.
It's interesting that you talk about the micro businesses as well. You know, you walk around Strawberry Field Digital Hub, and you've got good-sized businesses, but you've got those micro businesses as well. Is this the first time you've been here?
I've been here a couple of times before, and we were involved with the discussions prior to the investment and the build. It's a facility we really rate. We think it does a huge amount to encourage enterprise. It's a resource that I think we needed in the local area. You kind of expect to see it maybe in Greater Manchester, particularly in and around Manchester and Salford Keys, but it's fantastic to have such a facility here. And great to hear that it's fully utilised at the moment. I'm sure it's having a huge impact in terms of encouraging startups and giving young people that might come out of college or university somewhere to go to start a business where they've got that kind of family of support, if you like, and that ability to collaborate with other like-minded people. So, first-class facility.
I would agree with that. And, you know, I've always been complete integrity. You know, I've always challenged councils, always, but you look at something like this, and this wouldn't look out of place in Greater Manchester. That's the point. You'd expect to see it in Greater Manchester as well. And that's why it's great that it's here in Chorley, you know, it's being used by so many local businesses. This panel is described as employment and skills. We've spoken about the digital sector as well. How would you describe the skills and recruitment sector, or the skills and recruitment issue at the moment in Chorley and South River? What are your members saying to you?
Again, it's quite a mixed picture. We've got some businesses that can't get staff in particular sectors where people have perhaps decided that they don't want to do that anymore, whether that's kind of logistics or whether that's hospitality. They've been particularly hard hit and just literally can't fill roles that they've got. But there are other businesses that are quite uncertain about what the future holds. And again, some of those will be businesses that are carrying some debt. And they're now thinking, well, do I want to employ more people at the moment? Can I manage with 8 staff, whereas maybe previously I had 10? Is that a safer bet for me until I know how the land lies going forward in the next year or two? So it's a really mixed picture.
Can I just ask a question of the audience? How many businesses have we got in the room? Give me your hands up. How many businesses have we got? Right, okay. And how many businesses have got a recruitment challenge at the moment? Right, pretty much all the hands that went up have got a recruitment challenge. That's one thing that I'm hearing. You know, there is a big recruitment issue at the moment, and you're hearing announcements all the time about 100 jobs and 500 jobs, etc., etc. But there's a real shortage of staff, which is the reason why I think Runshaw College and the FEs are going to be so important moving forward. So we all know about the shortage of lorry drivers. You know, people talking about Christmas is going to be ruined because they're not going to get any cheesy puffs for Christmas, which for me sums up the commercialisation of Christmas and the way the media completely overreacts. You know, Christmas isn't about whether or not you get an advent calendar. That's just me ranting. You can ignore it if you want. Are you hearing about skill shortages elsewhere? You know, over and above just lorry drivers.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting to understand and hopefully we'll get a flavour of that through the sectors that people in the room are represented. But I think that there are very few sectors that are untouched by it. You know, we've got, whether it's because of Brexit or other issues, with the pandemic, we get the information that a lot of people are taking early retirement in various sectors. I thought this is the time to maybe call it a day in terms of working full time. I think most sectors are impacted in one way or another. The care sector is another one, significantly impacted. So there are very, very few sectors that I would say are untouched.
We hear a lot about apprentices and apprenticeships. You know, it's hugely important. We hear things about the Kickstarter scheme, which is gathering momentum as well. We've heard about some of the things that Runshaw College are doing. How important is it, do you think, that we simplify the process from a business perspective?
Yeah, I think one of the things we've identified in Lancashire is there's a plethora of schemes and support services available. It's quite difficult for a business to navigate that and to understand what the best option is for them. So I think some work is progressing via the LEP and through the skills hub to try and simplify that landscape a little bit for businesses so they know where to go and they know where to go to find out about the options available to them. So I think that is happening, and definitely that will have a positive impact.
Thanks very much. I'm sitting here because if I stand there, I'll block you out, Stephen, and we'll have riots from your family at least. If they can't see that bright smile of yours, there's going to be unhappy people in the streets of South Ribble. Okay. So assuming you turned on, which sounds awful. So just explain what Rock do first of all, because you're a business locally.
So we help organisations assure the quality of their digital transformation effectively. So all the code, all the applications they put in, you can imagine globally, that's a customer we have like Unilever likes that, very complex, very high value, very important to business criticality, and we sort of de-risk that for them.
So what you do really well is you talk about things at a level that people like me can't understand because you're that intelligent, genuinely intelligent. So if I just explain it in a language that I can understand, quality control, really boring name, okay, but everybody's websites, digital products, all the companies that you deal with, especially given the fact what's happened in the pandemic with the movement towards online, you've got to make sure all that technology works, all the gaming machines works, everything works. People come to you, big blue chips, and say, test this out to make sure it works. That's fundamentally what you do, isn't it?
Yeah, if you spoke to a teenager and said, what was it like when WhatsApp and Facebook went down a couple of months ago, he wouldn't say testing and technology wasn't sexy. You know, it affects people's lives, it affects businesses. If you look at the TSP chief exec who spent £324 million fixing that problem, spent £2 million on testing, he wouldn't have that problem. So it's not about the sexy word of it, it's about the importance of insurance policy. Which insurance policy on business criticality. Think about the guy from British Aerospace before. I just had a plane software didn't work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multi-100 million pound planes that aren't working, all software goes on there.
No, but your business is thriving because you know everyone needs to make sure their digital products are working, and you are the guys and girls who make that work.
Yeah.
You set up, I think Rob's been going for 12 years now. You've got some real blue chip clients, as I mentioned before, like Unilever, Harrods, Grant Thornton, etc. as well. You're based in the local area, but it's not stopped you working anywhere in the UK, is it?
No, it works across the world with Unilever. I think it's ambition, isn't it? I think we provide a lot from here, but actually our customers, the blue chips, they're here, so we're just going to go and seek them. But I think our value proposition is really strong. I think you've got a good value proposition, whatever your business is, or wherever really. And I think actually I always use one of our values is straight talking. I think that's a very normal thing, a very Lancashire thing, and actually that stands out more in London than anywhere else because actually, not bullshit. And actually, clients are a bit fatigued with that. Go down London, they're used to big consultancies using them and giving them all the patter. You just say how it is, and actually, like that because actually, it's important to know the quality of the system. It's not what someone else wants to think it is.
What I do when I do events like this, we've got 17 speakers on our 3 panels. And I always think, who's going to be the first person to swear? And I write their name next to it. It's always you. Always you. So anybody offended by that, I do apologise. Absolutely. No, straight talking. Absolutely. And in terms of your business, you're turning over 4 million, you're going to hit 6 million, that's the next target as well. How many people do you employ?
We've got about 90 at the minute. We took 33 on in the last 12 months. Our financial year, we're about to step up to 56. In this financial year, we are already 16, 17 into that and cannot recruit quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, we just touched upon it in terms of recruitment being one of the biggest challenges. We're going to talk in a second about what you're doing to try to remedy that situation, but hitherto, before the idea that you came up with, what was your experience of recruiting?
It's been tough for a few years now. I mean, to be honest, the pandemic's been less of a problem for us than the Brexit. Brexit was the biggest issue for us. A lot of the big organisations we spoke about were investing. So actually, a lot of them without retaining permanent staff, so the market's quite hard to get the skills. But the whole pandemic's gone to that complete remote workforce now, so we're not having to go and recruit where our customers are. We can recruit across the UK. So in some ways, that general recruitment's been hard because we've had to recruit so many, but actually we've kind of diversified where we're looking. So I think I always think in business, it's not the problems you've got to solve, it's not the problems to talk about, it's the solutions you need to think about. So it's really about that, it's about widening our scope out, widening the skills, diversity, all those kind of good things that really help open up our minds to kind of what are the fundamental skills we need and what can we train, as opposed to doing the laser recruitment, they've got to be this size and this shape, but they're not exactly that, we don't want them. So then you've got to be a bit more creative in your thinking about how you recruit. So I suppose it's just the volume that we're trying to recruit at the minute. That's the challenge.
So you came with this idea to create your own academy, the Rock Test Engineering Centre. So tell us what you've done, and then we'll talk about how successful it's been.
Yeah, so we've been recruiting graduates for about 7 or 8 years now. It's been a brilliant program. It's been very small, sort of 3, 4, 5 a year. We're now opening up an academy, which is going to be sort of 20 odd people a year. And at the minute, we're just focusing. First intake started about 5 or 6 weeks ago. And it was interesting, the core thing. I'm really interested in having a coffee about that. Because what we're trying to do is how do you get the next generation through, particularly females in technology, which is an absolute disaster. So how do we get that out there? So we're running the first couple with graduates, because it's a familiar audience for us, all around Lancashire and the Northwest universities. But then we want to open it. We built the programme to be apprenticeship levels, to be SFIA levels, so we should be able to open it to a much wider scope, which is dead exciting. I've got about 20 customers involved, so that's Manchester Airport Group, various spec service, MS Handling, JP Morgan, to help me build this proposition. So it's built by customers for customers, and the feedback's phenomenal. So I've just got them involved in focus groups. This is what we're trying to do. Got their input into it. So it's taken off really well.
And I know you're a big fan of I'm a Celebrity, and they're about to go into camp fairly soon as well. You've got a 14-week boot camp, haven't you?
Yes.
So you see what I did there? You know, it doesn't just happen. It's not just throwing together, is it? You know me well enough there.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But you've got this 14-week boot camp that's got nothing to do with I'm a Celebrity to get me out of here. But effectively, you bring these people together, and at the end of the 14 weeks, they are trained up.
Yes.
Yeah, and the risk would be that you train these people up, and then they leave you. I think you're guaranteed that there's 2 years, on the job training, isn't it? They're doing real projects as well. Are you worried about the fact that you'll take the risk, you'll train these people up, and in 2 years' time, they'll leave you and they'll go
I
elsewhere?
think we don't guarantee. The human beings, so we don't want anybody to work with us who doesn't want to be there. So we don't tie it into anything, it's just a standard employment contract. The 14-week boot camp is really intense. We partnered up with the best-in-class training provider, really intense training program, look at industry certification at the end of that, as well as going projects. And this is what we're partnering with organisations on. So we're going to be working on global projects, some of the world's biggest names, delivering services. That's what we're going to do. That's the excitement for them. Beyond that, we've got to, like any employer, we've got to retain them. We've got to give them the right training, the career support, the career development. It's no different. I just don't want people working for me who don't want to be there. So companies who tie them into punishing them on training and stuff doesn't make sense to me. It's the wrong way to manage people, I think.
Do you think
So
other employers have to take a leaf out of your book in terms of and replicate your model, whereby they actually take control of their own training, so they've got that conveyor belt of talent through? So it's not just a question of phoning a recruiter and saying, fill these 3 roles and we'll pay you X amount of pounds to do it.
I think there's horses for courses. I think it's what you try and do. I think we can see it's going to be sustainable for us. So we've got to grow to best part 200 people in 3 years. So just trying to recruit that is highly expensive, high risk. Actually trying to grow 60% of that, 60 new people of our own feels like a better thing to do, a better story. And then we're in control of it. We can control quality. We can make sure we get people the right values. We can give them a brilliant start to their careers. And actually, if they leave after 2 or 3 years, provided we give them a great first job or whatever career in technology, then they'll probably go on and have a brilliant career beyond that. And that, as a business owner, that feels good. It's not always about the now, is it? It's about what you're doing for society and all this kind of good stuff. So, part of the thing with the academy is all the big organisations, the UN Sustainable 1917 Sustainable Goals. That's what they're all working to, and we're feeding into that. So actually, as a society, we're trying to solve a bigger problem, not sticky plasters and we'll get cheap people, we'll bring them offshore or offshore all the services. It's about how do we solve society's issues and take control of that. So that's what we're doing, really.
Do you remember what your first ever salary was? How much you got paid?
£6,000 a year out of university there.
Yeah. So my first salary, £5,884 a year. I'm older than you. Well, I say that, I'm not sure. I am actually, a few years. Okay, but you're also, like you say, you're £16 better than me. I think we've established that. Even though your clothes are a lot cheaper than mine. But what I was going to say to you, there was a reason for saying that, is when people do this 14-week boot camp and they're with you for 2 years, what sort of salary might they be on there?
When you've been, so I mean, it depends. We've got guys who've been 3 years and are on 50 plus £1,000 a year. These guys are probably on 35 to 45, but I thought by then that's how it's 2 years. So we pay well at the start, and then we give continual kind of recognition for great work and feedback from clients and project teams. So they're on a career path anyway of development. They get rewarded for that financially, I guess. But yeah, aspirationally, that's what we're paying for it, because it'll cost more to buy them anyway. So
And that's the thing. Even with inflation, you know, me and you were both on circa £6 many years ago.
Yeah.
But now, 2 years in, 50 grand. Wow. I mean, you know, but that just goes to show the way it's changing, and also what it's doing in terms of wage inflation as well. And final question: you're based in Chorley. You took the decision in June of this year to largely to work from home. Just tell us about the reason you did that for. I mean, you're still going to have a presence, but it'll be more of a satellite collaborative space. Just tell us why you took that decision for and what it's done for business.
well, I think we've all been forced into it March 2020, so we kind of got used to working in that pattern really. And then there was less demand for people to come into the office, or less need for it to come in. So rather than panic into it, we'll just do what the staff said, we got an external consultant to come and help us. Just about, because it's more than just where you work, it's about what impact it has on your culture, and we're very proud of our culture. That kind of got us through the pandemic, so the values of the business, the kind of working patterns, the kind of client deliverables and things. So we had to consider all them things, the contracts with employees. So we just really around the view of it. We just left it completely flexible now, so you can work wherever, you can go to the office, you can not go to the office. We'll do remote days in different locations around the UK, so people can come and have a day working together. There's a session on tomorrow, I think, in rugby, where the kind of people from different areas come together. So I think for us, it's more about maintaining the culture or evolving the culture to make people working. So, you know, we've had 40, 50 people who were working for us before the pandemic started, and we've had 35 who joined last year, and another 15 and whatever who joined already this year. So kind of half and half of where we were. So people have worked with us beforehand, if they kind of in an office environment, and now haven't. So that's been the biggest challenge. How do you get the cultural values that make success and maintain that and evolve that for the next generation of whatever it looks like?
So that is going to be the $64,000 question. You know, it's all very well people working from home, but how do you maintain the culture that created the business in the first place as well? Thanks very much, Stephen. As always, no crap. But excellent. Nigel Davis, PE Systems, keen photographer in your spare time as well. I'm going to move back over there in a second, actually, because I like to stand up. BAE, huge organisation, we just heard from David Holmes earlier. Just tell us what your role involves.
Yes, good morning everybody. I'm head of the Academy Skills and Knowledge over at Salisbury, and also I head up the early careers footprint for the air sector for BAE Systems across the UK.
That's a short answer. I was still looking at my notes over there when you, I was hoping you could just fill it in a bit more actually. So yeah, you took to the air sector, huge sector, but how big is that sector and how big is the presence locally here in Lancashire?
Well, Dave touched on it actually. We're probably about 10,500 people based across Wharton and Salisbury sites, but significant footprint. But the focus I kind of look at in more detail is the younger people and the early careers space, especially linked into the ASK facility at the Salisbury site, which is actually on the enterprise zone of Salisbury as well. I probably will be aware of that.
Well, I'm going to talk to you about the ASK facility actually. Can I just ask you to move the microphone just a bit closer to you? That way you can move a bit closer to it as well. Just imagine you're singing one of your songs. If you were singing a song for a karaoke night, what would your song be?
Good question. Walk on by, that's a
Right, okay. Well, we're not going to ask you. We're not going to ask you to sing that song, okay? Not yet, anyway, but we might just ask you. So, just talk to us about £15.6 million Academy for Skills Knowledge, which is ASK, that sample which you referred to, which I've seen, and it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually been open 5 years now, actually, opened in 2016. And one of the key features around that was looking at the capability and skills requirements of our current workforce, but also the future workforce. And we wanted to bring all that together to a central location where we could actually impart that skill, knowledge, behaviours across what we were looking at doing currently, but also in the future. Part of also that wider development on location as well. And you'll be aware that it's actually on the enterprise end of Salisbury, so technically outside the fence, which actually brings a lot of benefits for us in that wider ecosystem. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. So yeah, significant investment by the business. It's probably increased slightly now to about £20 million, 7,500 square metres, and it's a building which is designed to raise aspiration, set expectation across the existing workforce, but also future workforce as well. and it replicates what we do in the business. So, for example, if it's engineering, if it's manufacturing, if it's knowledge delivery, if it's virtual reality, all that kinds of technologies have actually been configured within that facility to support them. And I think in many ways, in relation to that wider, it's been very successful.
One of my bugbears, and you know, I was lucky, both my children went to St Michael's, which is a phenomenal school. We're blessed with lots of phenomenal schools here in the area, and I mentioned as well, my eldest went to Runshaw, which is a phenomenal college. I say that honestly. One of my bugbears is that they don't hear the word manufacturing taught enough. It's like a dirty word, which is a real shame. I went to ask, went to this facility. You know, they've got a virtual reality learning cave. They've got various immersive technology. The emphasis is on fun, isn't it? You know, and actually by making it fun, it makes it relevant. And people say, well, I want to do that as well. It crosses that bridge whereby the word manufacturing is not very sexy. What's your approach? Explain your approach to asking. Do you get that moment when kids walk in and say, wow, you know?
Right, so that's a key feature of the ASP being located outside the fence. So it opens the doors to that wider engagement. So since we've opened, we engage with a lot of schools and young people from the age of 7 years of age. So we've, and that's around about STEM and the promotion of STEM and what that means in relation to the curriculum, but not just work with young people, we also work with teachers and their parents. So up until just recent time, think about the level of engagements, we've probably engaged with over 7,000 young people in the ASP facility themselves. So they've come in, they've actually engaged in STEM activity and be part of that manufacturing environment. So when you look down onto the shop floor, it's clean, it's a factory setting, and we're trying to remove that thought process of manufacturing is dirty and it's all actually further from the point. So if we look at that, and also we've got purpose-based built hangar, we've got Hawk aircraft in there, so we're constantly promoting that agenda around STEM and how that's attractive to young people now, but also in the future. So what we've done around that, how we do that, it's not just around the basic disciplines of engineering, and we work with some community groups around that in STEM courses, but also we involve that immersive learning as well. It's all about learning. They come in, they enjoy themselves, but it's all about learning. So we do things with robots, desk robots, and how they work. We do cobots as well, which is a further kind of initiative. And also we have a virtual reality immersive cave, which is quite a unique facility, which is it's a room which is fully immersive in 3D technologies. And that is something which the young people come in and have a look at. And when they start using that kind of technology, it's fantastic. And there's an expectation as well, because we think about gaming, the young people, what we do. So we're immersive in this cave, and they've got the tools, and it's fantastic. So we're already planting the seed around future technologies, future skills, around what we're doing as a business.
But I think I'm right in saying that immersive cave was based on my daughter's bedroom, because she immerses herself in her cave with an electrical device and never comes out. So she deserves some credit for that, I think. We talked about the recruitment challenge earlier. We asked some of the businesses in the room to put their hands up, and they all put their hands up as well. You're interesting because you work in the air sector at BAE. You get 20 applications for every role. So that would suggest that as one of the big companies, that recruitment challenge isn't an issue for you. Would that be fair?
No, I think it is an issue. I think recruitment is changing. We've still got a lot of applications, but actually you're still going through a process of attraction and understand your attraction campaign. Our attraction window is open at the moment, goes through to the end of February. Now we get a lot of interest, but there's still a process of going through to through attraction, assessment, interview. So for 20, then we'll probably go down to normally it's 10, 5, and 1. So we interview 5 to get one person. So it's becoming more competitive. But I think actually we're very fortunate as our brand awareness and how we promote apprentices. But likewise, I think in the wider sense now, apprentices are being promoted across young people. So they see the value of apprenticeship, so learn, that kind of initiative. So I think as for ourselves, it's we're very fortunate we get a high demand, but actually that's because we're still focusing on the requirements and widening that catchment.
So how do you make sure you're not going to hoover up the best talent? Because if you're at the top of the food chain and you're getting all these applicants, presumably those applicants are coming from, smaller companies on your supply chain.
A lot of the profiles is quite mixed actually. We are attracting older people, I say older people, from the age of 30 now onto apprentice scheme, and that's why I think the promotion of that has been very successful. I think in the main, a lot of our people are between 16 and 22, so we're attracting them straight out of school, straight out of college, and that's our main catchment area. We also work in community groups as well, so it's not necessarily going for the high-profile individuals. So we work with people who wouldn't necessarily apply directly through the business, so we work with community groups, we do special projects around that, and also we work with the supply chains as well. So where there's been difficulty in the last 18 months or so, and some companies have found that difficult with their apprentices, we work with those people to say, actually, how can we work in collaboration, in partnership, to support your requirements and also support ours as well. So I don't think it necessarily hoover up all the talent. I think it's quite a very balanced and measured process.
Right, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask you some questions afterwards about sustainability, albeit that's the final panel, but afterwards. But what I'm going to do, as we fix your choice of music, I'm going to walk on by, I'm going to come to our, I don't think it's really funny. If nobody else does, it doesn't really matter, does it? Emma Russell, Managing Director of Alpha Travel. What's your killer tune or karaoke?
No one wants to hear me sing.
Nobody wants to hear you,
No.
what would it be?
There is a video knocking around from our last annual conference of I Got You Babe with one of the other directors, unfortunately. But
Right, okay.
hopefully it's not made social media.
Funny thing is, if you look at that screen over there, you will see that performance. Emma, you're a lady of many talents. I hadn't realised that was one of them. But your business is amazing because I've lived in Chorley now 16, 17 years, and I drive past your business, never had any idea how big it was, how many people you employed, what sort of turnover you're doing as well. Your Chorley headquarters, you employed 850 people, including 60 in Chorley. Normally turn over £45 million. Obviously, COVID had a massive impact on the holiday and travel sector as well. Just tell us a bit about the business as well, because you've big UK footprint.
Yeah, so we are a coach holiday business. Our clients are mainly over 50, although we have seen that get younger this year with people not able to get outside the UK as perhaps they would normally. We own and operate 21 hotels around the UK. Our closest one is in Blackpool on South Shore, and we also have a fleet of 50 coaches. And if you haven't seen them so far, you'll start spotting them on the motorway. Now that's said that, so many people drop me an email after we've met saying I've now seen your coaches going up and down the motorway. We employ 850 people. We are an employee-owned business, which is something that we transitioned to back in 2015, and it's really made a big difference for our business. But yeah, I think we are one of Chorley's best kept secrets.
Well, we're going to talk about that afterwards as well. I would agree. Let's talk about the whole COVID situation, because obviously the travel industry, the hospitality sector, it was tough, really tough for you as well. We're going to talk about you being an employee ownership trust. You've only been open for 4.5 months, so you've had a busy 4.5 months, 5 months now. But how has COVID been for you? You had 3 record years after you became an employee owned, like the John Lewis model. But how has COVID affected your business?
Yes, so it's a really difficult time for the whole travel industry. I think everyone knows that. Last year we only managed to open for 4.5 months, 1.5 which were pre the lockdown. So last year was a really difficult year. I think employee owned did help us get through that. We were lucky that we hit the pandemic in a really, really strong financial position. And that means that we are still here, unlike some of our competitors. This year's been a great year. We've seen a phenomenal bounce back. Everybody's wanting to go on holiday in the UK. And we've got some really great places to enjoy in the UK. So who wouldn't want to see the sights of the UK?
I can't believe nobody or anybody would want to leave Chorley and South Ribble.
Well, I don't. I live in Buckshaw Village. I've been in Chorley myself 16 years. I have a 1 mile walk / drive to work. I don't leave Chorley.
It's like a Truman Show. You know?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, look, it's all there here. It's all there. I'm going to ask you a question after in the Q&A session. The reason I'm going to ask you this question and say that it's all there is because I spoke to Gary Hall, I spoke to Councillor Alistair Bradley earlier as well, and Councillor Paul Foster and Stafford will be the same as well. Is that they don't want this discussion to be a sugar-coated exercise. It's about real businesses saying what could be better in Chorley and South River as well. And one of the things you would like to see is more networking and more collaboration, because you spoke about the fact you're one of Chorley's best kept secrets. You were one of Labour's best kept secrets before you came over to Exton 20 years ago for the weather. You became an employee ownership trust in 2015, becoming much more popular now, the whole EOT model as well. Just explain why you did that for and what it means to the business.
Yeah, so we were a family-owned business, and the owners were looking at retirement and how they exited the business. And we looked at all the various things that we could have done with the business, trade sale, PE, and our MD, Paul Silveridge, who was one of the founders, was very familiar with the John Lewis partnership model, which I'm sure everybody will be familiar with, and how they run their business as an employee-owned business. So we got to find out more about employee ownership, how it would work, and it seemed like the right model for us. So back in 2015, we took the plunge, and 75% of our business is now owned by an employee ownership trust. Our employees have much more of a voice of how the business is run than perhaps we did when we were family owned. As Chris said, we've had 3 record years of financial performance pre-COVID. I personally believe that a lot of that is down to us being employee owned. Everybody cares that little bit more. We saw our employee engagement reach record levels. When we became employee owned, we did our first engagement survey. Our levels of engagement, although not bad at 55%, we thought we could do better. We've just done our 5th annual survey just last week, and we've seen a record 82% level of employee engagement. We still want to continually improve. We're not there yet. We want to make things better for our employees. After all, they own the business. But it really has been a really positive story for us, and it has made a difference to our business and how we run the business.
You're employee owned, which I mentioned before, and if you're full time in business, you are eligible for a dividend as well. But some of the tangible impacts of being EOT is that simple things like turn the light out.
Yeah, absolutely.
They literally do take more ownership, and you're seeing it. And also, you said to me that you're much more ethical, because it's a bit like a family. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely right. We don't have private shareholders. We don't have a corporation who runs us, so we can afford to be a little bit more. I'm not saying corporate businesses aren't ethical. I don't want to come across as saying that, but we don't have some of the shareholder requirements to satisfy that perhaps other businesses do. So perhaps that means we invest a bit more in our people, in environmentally friendly ways of practicing business. And as you said, our employees, actually if you're part-time, qualify for the dividend as well. So if you're an employee in our business, if the company does well, we declare a dividend, they get a share of that, and that's free of PAYE. It does attract national insurance, and that can be up to £3,600 a year. We're not at that level yet, but our dividend, our last dividend was likely to be about 10% of earnings for some of our lower paid employees. Obviously we are a hospitality business, so we do have employees at the lower end of the pay scale compared to the national average. So it's really making a difference to their day-to-day lives and their finances.
Just looked at Twitter now, and there's riots in Paddington, Councillor Bradley, riots because apparently I'm off screen and they can't see me.
I think you'll find that was public request.
See, I'll set these jokes up, and then Councillor Bradley just seals the deal. But you've got 21 hotels,
Yes.
And we've spoken about the challenges of recruitment. We know hospitality has found it challenging. You've got 850 employees. Even as an employee ownership trust, what's been your experience with recruitment?
Oh, it's been really, really difficult this year. We've really, really struggled. But I think, again, that's where employee ownership really came in. We've got employees in the group who might normally do 20, 25 hours a week for us, who've been doing 40 plus just to get us through. We've got that real sense of everyone's in it together, and it's a real team effort. We've actually dispatched teams from Chorley to go and plug gaps in the hotels, myself included. I've done housekeeping, weighing on, all sorts this year, but that's the mentality of our business. We're all in it together. I'd never give anybody a job I wouldn't be prepared to do myself, and that is really sort of blossoming as part of our employership.
What I find really refreshing is that a that and I know how highly rated you are, but it's there aren't enough female MDs, chief execs, or female running businesses. You can't be what you can't see, as well as somebody's got two daughters as well. So it's fantastic. The principal of Brunchwell College is female. You're not related. I know you've got the same surname.
I did work in a chippy though.
Did you?
Yeah. Not the same chippy.
Which chippy did you work in?
My parents actually owned a chippy in Wigan. I'm originally from Wigan.
We could have a chip off, couldn't we? Right there. We could do. And what I'm going to do, actually, that's a good idea. No, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if you've got any questions from the audience. I've saved a few questions up from here that I want to open up to everybody as well. This is the moment where we'll see if anyone actually wants to ask the first question. I do want to come to Cancer. Have we got somebody who wants to ask a question? I'm going to, got a gentleman in the middle row. Say who you are and who your question is directed to.
To the whole panel, actually, just on the topic of recruitment. My name is Ian Kearney. I run a hospitality business in town. In the last 2 years since we opened the business, I've never seen a culture of no-shows, people coming for interview, being offered a job, even second interview, first day, and they just don't turn up. I find it actually appalling that you spend all that time and energy and go through the whole process. And as a parent of 3 children, the majority of them are under the age of 21. And as a parent, I look and think I'd never allow my children to treat that employer, given I know what that employer is going through, in that way. Are you finding the same? Because talking to the colleagues across the industry that I work in, it is commonplace now just to not turn up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can speak to somebody at 4 o'clock on one day for an interview at 11 o'clock the next morning if they don't turn up. I don't understand what can change so radically in such a short space of time. I mean, one thing we've done that's really helped, we don't have age-related differential pay in our business, so we believe that everybody should get the same pay for doing the same job, and that's really helped because obviously for our under 23s, they're earning perhaps more than they would in another business. But it's a real issue, especially, sometimes we see people just applying to meet the quota of applications they need to. I think we need to work more closely with the government to make sure that people aren't doing that. I'm sure there's a way that could be fed back in, but it is an issue, definitely. And all we've been able to do is look at the onboarding, how we recruit, our packages that we offer, and make sure they're as good as they can be to try and attract those people and retain them once they're on board.
What would you say?
Yeah, just it just made me think about the employability skills that we need to instill in young people. Obviously I work with 5,000 young people day in, day out, and the obligation is on my organisation to make sure they're equipped to apply for jobs and to be respectful to employers, and so many other key employability skills. And I think one of them, I'm joking away about my work in a chippy, but I started working in a chippy when I was 13, and I worked 4 till 7 of an evening, 5 days a week, serving chips, and then long hours on a weekend. And that has taught me everything I know about how to have a work ethic and how to really work hard and how to value money, and so many really valuable employability skills. I want every young person to develop those employability skills, and I think that the only way you can really do that is by working. Or volunteering to a lesser degree perhaps. We set up this structure at college where we want students to, it's got 3 stages in this little triangle we do. One's about sort of taught employability skills, but the second one's about volunteering and putting that into practice, and often volunteering in charities or even volunteering around the college. But then the pinnacle is getting a part-time job while you're at college, because in my mind, and I think I've convinced the rest of the staff at the college, the best way of demonstrating that you're ready for work is that you can go to work every Saturday and your employer will pay you your wages because you did a good job and you showed up on time and all those sorts of things. So I want to make sure that all of our students can do that. But it doesn't, they don't start as the finished articles, do they? They have to learn those skills, and some of them are better equipped to learn those skills at the beginning of that journey. Some of them, it's going to take a few false starts and they're going to make a mess of it, and they're not going to show up on time a few times, and their employer's going to give them the boot, and that's going to teach them, and then maybe next time they'll do better. But I do think that's a really important part of the process. So yeah, it's a really good point you made.
How bad is it? Before I come to Stephen and go to the panel, how bad have you found it? Have you got an example without naming names, of course?
Well, in the past 4 months, we've been looking for a chef, an additional chef, and I've seen 75 applications, offered interviews to 50%, and one turned up.
Really? Yeah.
And actually, we took him on, apart from the fact that he could walk and breathe. He happened to be in a position where he just lost his job the week before from a pub that closed, so it was. But
and it's not that
only one turned up.
It's not that your package isn't enticing. Presumably, you having to offer more money, or you having to.
No, I mean, from his point of view, as a chef, he won't work any more than 40 hours a week, which is pretty unique in that culture. He won't start work any earlier than 10 a.m. in the morning, never finish any later than 10 p.m. at night, which again for a chef is brilliant. But that's something we've always planned to do, to try and attract the right people. And he was coming from another job where he's doing 60 hours a week, being paid 37, and having no time off at all. So when you put that into a job spec, you think actually as a potential for a chef, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
1 weekend off every 3, never working a double shift at the weekends. So it's surprising compared to the other jobs that are out there.
And pre-pandemic, if you'd offered or you advertised that job, how many people do you think you might have had in terms of applications? How many people would you offer interviews to, and how many people potentially would have been up for the job?
Well, when we opened the business and advertised the first roles initially for 18 staff, we had 4,000 applications. Yeah. So I think the pandemic has enabled a lot of people just to get very lazy. I think just if I look at when I dropped my children at Bunshaw compared to when I went to college, which was many years ago on my bike, the number of children at 17 who were driving a car that would be between £7,000 and £10,000. So that sort of tends to tell you that they don't necessarily need to work, whereas like you, I was doing underground at 14 and part-time work because I was one of 5 and my parents couldn't afford to give me what I wanted for my freedom, so I had to earn it. So that's probably where my culture's come from. All my children work for me as well, or for other people, because I can't afford to pay for their lifestyle all the time. So I do think there's a bit of a cultural shift that there isn't such a demand for a lot of the youngsters to have to work, and therefore there's no drive. The ones we have employed from us are enjoying earning £500 a month whilst they're at college or doing an apprenticeship and having that lifestyle balance. And clearly they're the ones who have a career plan ahead of them. But yeah, it's very, very odd, and it's not just me. I'm sure there's a lot of other sectors.
But I think with me and you are cut from the same cloth. Both my two work and always have worked as well. And they'll still cost me a fortune, but it's a smaller fortune it would be if they weren't earning some money. Stephen, what's your experience of that?
I think I've said this every time there's a boom, it happens in our industry, and it's generally not the younger people, it's the more experienced ones at higher salaries that tend to be the worst. We've had to change kind of how we approach it now because we provide time and people. We tend to ideally recruit people, get them on board, do the induction, and get straight to our projects. We can't do that anymore. We have to wait till they start. So now they're going to start and then start putting forward for a project. So from a cash perspective, it's kind of there's a proper bottom line impact because we can't. It's like our supply chain effectively impacts it when it arrives on site, sort of thing. So it's definitely a difference. But we've seen it every time there's a boom. It always happens.
Well, what I think is unacceptable though is that people don't turn up and don't tell you. It's like people who book restaurants and then don't turn up. I think it's wrong simply because they're in the buyer's position. Well, what would you say?
I think it's a very complex position, isn't it? I mean, we talked a little bit in that question around young people, and I think there's definitely an issue there around employability and the value of a good day's work. But what Jen was talking about is actually skilled roles, probably an older level than we were initially talking about. So I think a lot of chefs have left the industry, have made the decision, I don't want to work the hours, I want to go and do something else. So will that come back after a period of time? Because they've spent a lot of time getting skilled in a particular area. They can't go and necessarily transfer some of those skills into something for the same amount of money. So is it partly just wanting to do something different temporarily? Will they come back? It's difficult to say, but I mean, a lot of businesses have already, just to get the staff are paying 20% more in your sector, just to try and get people through the door. Small businesses giving extra holidays, just trying to do everything they can. But there's a limit to what we can do. There's a limit to what we can do to that. So I do wonder, with the furlough aspect, whether that has encouraged people to have that sense of entitlement and I don't need to work, I've been sat at home maybe for a while, lost a bit of that work ethic. There might be elements of that as well.
I speak to lots of businesses, and the 80% furlough was a big figure, because when you look at your net costs, i.e. not travelling, you're actually, a lot of people, not a lot of people, but some people, which was there to support, it wasn't being used for that purpose. It's interesting how the end of furlough hasn't had the, people dropping off the end of the cliff that people warned about. Interestingly, when Stephen Johnson punched the microphone, the screen behind you suddenly stopped working as well, Stephen. So obviously we'll be endorsing it. Absolutely powerful right hand that one. I mean, in terms of you yourself, what would you say in terms of what you've heard there, Nigel? Are you seeing that, or are you almost insulated from that problem?
No, I don't think we're insulated at all. I mean, we hear that. We hear from a number of other colleagues. It's not just around the care sector as well. So we hear that from a lot of people. I think our recruitment cycle is quite different to other organisations. Because obviously we go through a key long attraction process, which starts in November, goes through February for our apprentices, mainly our young people. Then we go through that recruitment cycle, and then they're offered the role. And then after that, there's a number of checks and balances that need to be taken. With security, but we do a lot of pre-employment checks and conversations. So our recruitment cycle is quite different to yourselves. So on that basis, we get to the point where people actually do turn up for the role because they're so far along on that recruitment cycle. So it's quite different. And that's not just for apprentices and young people, that's across the workforce. Again, that recruitment pipeline and the checks and balances you have to take. So it's quite different in a way, really. It's a lot more complex, our recruitment cycle, but actually, I suppose the end of that, because of all the checks and balances that actually do take place, we get that commitment. Yeah. So when the time starts up on the Monday morning, they actually do turn up. We've got so much of that buy-in already from these individuals.
I think one thing it has done though, on the flip side, is there's no place for unscrupulous employers anymore, which is a good thing. People who think that, they can take advantage of their staff, those people, quite rightly, there's no place for them anymore. Have you got any more questions? I've got a question that I want to ask, and I want to come back to answer Bradley straight afterwards. But anybody else want to put their hand up and ask a question? Right, so what I'm going to do is, you've got Gary Hall on one side, you've got Councillor Alistair Bradley on the other as well. What could Chorley and South Ribble, because they are, well, Gary is the chief executive of both local authorities. I'm going to ask Gary a question in a second, which is his favourite. I know he'll give me a good answer. But what can Chorley and South Ribble do better? What do they like? I'll come to you yourself first, Emma, because we've spoken and you said more visibility, more opportunities to come together, best kept secret. Okay, and they're going to come to Alistair and Gary to get their view. What would you like to see more of?
Yeah, definitely like to see more interaction with the council, because we don't have that. We're a growing business. We've gone from 35 million to pushing 50 next year. We need some more space in Chorley. We can't find it. Recruitment, we've talked about recruitment, and I think, touching on the point about young people, it's become more difficult to give young people work because there's more restrictions these days about what they can do alongside school and college. I was similar to Claire. I started at 12 in Green Alch's pie shop, and I went out every Saturday and I grafted, and then I went and worked in hospitality, and it didn't impinge on my career, what I did as academically, although I did do a microbiology degree, and now I'm not in STEM, unfortunately. There's lots of things the council could do to help us find young people, give them that work ethic. We've got Kickstart people in our business. We certainly have our doors open wide for people who want to get work experience. I know I'm actually meeting with Claire, who we've not met on Monday actually, but I've got a meeting with Claire next month, and we're going to look at what we can do with the catering side of Runshaw. We've got a business, we want young people in our business, we think hospitality is a career, but we need the council to help us with that, and to help us achieve some of our local issues that we've got.
People talk about stereotypes, you're from Wigan, Your first job's in the pie shop, and then you progress to a chip shop. You know, absolutely. But Stephen, I mean, what's your £4 million business? You employ 90 people. You're looking at 6 million as well. You're very proud of your Chorley roots, and I think you live in South Ribble as well. What do the councils need to do better? What are they doing well at the moment? Because clearly, being based here has been good for your business.
Yeah, I think for us it's that digital skills. It really is. The schools, we've spent the last 7 years educating universities about technology and quality. And we need to get that into the schools at primary school level and really create that community of schools again. So it's brilliant to hear about the corporate thing you're doing. We're 2 miles away, we don't know anything about it. So that, we need that. So we want it to be part of the fix rather than just part of the problem for that, but we can see real value in that. I think there's the guy from Aerospace talked about before, that's a gap. Digital savvy, kids, they're brilliant. They bring a whole fresh perspective into the industry. It's like, how the schools are going to be engaged, and the schools need to understand what they can do. Just teaching the academia that they get now, the computer science in schools, it's not great. It really isn't good. It's not practical, it's aged. It's out there. So how do you get that? Well, so that actually could lead the way. Someone's going to lead the way.
What would you say, Ben?
Yeah, the other thing that I've noticed is I've been really privileged to meet many of the people in this room and many of the other employers and businesses in the region over the last 12 months or so. And even though I've lived in Southport my whole life and worked at Runshaw College for the last 12 years, those meetings have been an absolute eye-opener. I had no idea of the diverse sectors that are represented locally, of the jobs, the fulfilling and high-paid jobs that are available in this region. I had no idea. So it's been really eye-opening and exciting to me. And I feel now, obviously, my obligation is to pass that on to the young people that we work with. But I think there are so many ways that we can all work collaboratively, and it's about getting that conversation going, really, isn't it? And, colleges should be there to provide the skills needs for existing staff, for example. We want to know what training existing staff need, but then we want to know what does the wider community need. If you're going to fill every vacancy that you've got available, what in the dream world, what skills and qualifications would the wider community have in order to be able to apply for those vacancies? And then, thinking about the curriculum we actually offer within the confines of the college, what courses, what qualifications should they be? What content should they have within them? How can we tailor them, make them more relevant? There's been loads of examples where I've spoken to people and we've made the courses more relevant, but I feel like that conversation's only just begun. So lots of collaborative opportunities.
We're going to come to Gary and then we're going to come to Alistair, and that'll conclude the first panel. Interestingly, actually, Claire, you mentioned about wanting more land. The next panel is all about land and assets, and we're going to hear from some property people. We're going to talk about their own experiences as well. But I think what is refreshing is that I do lots of events like this, 600 or 700 I think I've done. And I'm not going to name names, but you do some with local authorities where the chief exec or the leader of council stands up the first 2 minutes and then does their speech, and then when the camera stops, they're out the door as well. You don't get that as much joy. I know how busy these people are. Gary, what's your view on what you've heard so far? And you might want to stand towards the front just so.
Do I need to be on?
Yeah, just so the streaming metropolis that's watching. Apparently, you're very big down under in Australia. In Australia. Do you want to say a few words, Ken?
Yeah. Well, personally, I should say that I never worked in a chippy, but I did deliver posts, so I'm 13, so there you go. What I've heard is there are many challenges in the post-COVID world. But refreshingly, what I've also heard is there's lots of opportunity. And I think that's really why we're here, isn't it? What has been demonstrated, I think, already this morning is that actually we don't connect enough. And I think the council's got a bit of a role to play in that. And we can try and assist that. But I think that's where we will kind of move forward now. I think we wanted to hear that today. We want to hear the goods. And we want to hear the bad. What are the things that we can do better to try and give the people out there, because that's why we're here. The communities of Chorley and South Ribble, the opportunities that we know they deserve. And I think just listening to the feedback and the conversation, I think we haven't really got onto it yet. But that kind of really inclusive growth is going to be really important. How do we hook up those communities that are most challenged? Because there's some real opportunities, though, give those communities businesses whole. And I think by engaging businesses and education and other sectors, I think we can get there. I think this is the start of the journey for us, hopefully, because I think you said it right at the outset. You know, we're not going to walk away from this. We want to hear what we've got to say today. And hopefully, it's the start of the journey.
But Anna mentioned at the beginning, you know, so I spent 6 years as editor of the Chorley Guardian, and you'll know I always ask, you know,
You always select yourself. You're right, yeah.
I always ask challenging questions as well. But in fairness, you always front it up. I mean, if I email you and ask for something, I mean, admittedly, I'll get a phone
Usually
call.
money.
I'll get a phone call at 7:15 in the morning from you, you know, because you do front up, and like you were saying as well, you know, Emma, how important it's fair. Probably got two, you know, absolutely. How important it is that you take yourself out of your comfort zone and you're there to be challenged as well. Alistair, I mean, you're a politician, you know, but you're also a business person as well. Actually, you'll need to do the same. You'll need to stand up here as well. Is that how important is it? Can you stand up in front so the oh, sorry, Adam can say you can sit down as well. The riots have stopped. What would you say to what you've heard? Because it's really positive, but also there's constructive criticism as well.
There is, and you know, take it on the chin. It's dead right. It's some of the things we've already identified ourselves. So we need to get out there and talk to businesses. It's very hard because we have our day jobs, and the council wants to have their day jobs to do. And some of their day jobs over the last 18 months have been difficult to do. Going back to Claire's point about, you know, talking to people, but you can now do it through Zoom and through Teams and all the rest of it. So we've got that ability. So you don't actually have to go and see people. There's also a massive skills gap in terms of training. And from county colleagues to here, county council, you know, have a lot of responsibilities for training, but in Chorley we want to be involved in that as well. We want to do that because otherwise we're shortchanging our community. But I also think schools do, and the fact that now schools are quite disparate, they're all academised and they're just working at all ends, and kids need to be focused on careers from 5 and 6, not from 16 or 18, because that's too late. And we are trying to do some of that work, and we have some great teachers in Chorley in primary schools who wish to do that as well, and in secondary schools, because they're seeing that disconnect as well. The one great thing, Gary said, to stall some of the lines, we've seen here the opportunity. Everybody's saying the same thing. Nobody's particularly saying anything different. Different levels of frustration. I appreciate Ian's point. He's at the sharp end there in the town centre, having to be part of that recovery, which is very hard. We want to stand behind people. We can't do it ourselves. The reason we've made the bid to open this place was to get those jobs and to get those skills, to get that digital technology and whatever kept in Chorley, because an awful lot of our people won't travel to Manchester. An awful lot of our people won't travel, you know, more than a few miles to work because they've got other things in their lives that are stopping that happening. And therefore, if we've got jobs like what you guys have talked about today on our doorstep, we need to make sure the residents of Chorley can access those jobs and get in those jobs. What's going to happen is your business is going to carry on, your business is going to carry on. You're going to get people from outside to come and do those jobs, and then our community's left behind. To me, it's a simple equation. We've all got to work hard. That's it. I'll do a little more impression. I task Gary Hall to do that. I task our economic officers to do that on a daily basis. And myself and Paul have very joined up on this because he works in a day job as well. He's similar to me, construction, which has a massive skills shortage. You know, we can't get good staff for love the money. That's constraining our business growth. We understand it. We want to talk to you. Pick the phone up, send us an email. But hopefully we'll have got to you before you need to pick the phone up and before you send an email. And space is an issue because more and more houses and less commercial buildings, particularly less and less commercial buildings that are good quality commercial buildings. The number of converted factories, the people having to work it is not right. It should be bespoke, proper business premises. And again, that's what we're building over there. Now, should a council be building commercial premises? Should that be done in the private sector? But there isn't the money in it because they're better off building houses. The whole huge debate there, we'll talk about that after.
Yeah,
but that the segue into the next thing.
You build this speculatively, you know, it's all very well when the market's turned and everybody wants space. To build it effectively when the market isn't there, that's the difference. Did you want to say something there?
No.
You didn't? Okay. Heart's going 100 beats an hour. 100 beats a minute. 100 beats an hour would be a struggle for you. Listen, actually, thanks Alistair, thanks Gary, thanks very much for our first panel as well. You really lively debate. Thank you for your time. As you exit the stage, I'll now introduce the second panel as well. I know we've got a few things to do and clean these things up as well. So, just give them a huge round of applause if you will. Otherwise, they'll never leave their seat, quite honestly. So our next panel is looking at land and assets, and it's as Councillor Bradley said, we've sort of segued into this about the shortage of space. You've got tea and coffee?
read the script, have you?
Oh, okay. Okay, don't worry, we've got tea and coffee for the next 10-15 minutes while we clean these up, and then we'll come back, and then we've got planning, and then we've got the whole issue of assets as well. See you in 15 minutes.
The club actually went into first, and I've got monsters. We were watching this. There was two. And we lot not yeah. I've emailed him. Yeah. Yeah, he works in the Chorley. So, oh, right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, oh, right. Yeah, no worries. Cheers, thank you. So, let's go as well. I've got to look into this business rates with anyone brings stocks. But if you haven't had one, the reason why you need eligibility. What we're looking into. Yeah, well, yeah, you just went in. I think if you have like a hotel, you head office,
And give him special as well.
Right, everyone. Right, thanks very much, everyone. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the first panel, but this second panel is even better than the first panel, quite frankly. If this panel was a pop group, can you imagine what they'd be singing? I'm not sure. But we'll find out in a second, because that's what we do. We go with the punches. Apologies for the fact that I would have kept you here without a coffee break, but thankfully, Gary will put me right. Not for the first time. This second panel has almost been set up by the first panel, because we're talking about the issues of land and assets and the lack of land, etc., etc. So what we've got is we've got a mixture of business people, and then we're going to talk about some of their experiences as well. So that's going to be really insightful. So I'd like to introduce Jonathan Node, who's the head of planning at Chorley and South Ribble Councils. Looks a lot bigger on Zoom than he is in real life, isn't that right? Okay. Where are you? There you are. We joked about that at the start, didn't we? I'm not being rude. Jackie, well, I am being rude, but I'm being rude for a friend. Jackie DeRosa, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
It's near enough.
Near enough, that's good enough for me. She's Executive of Progress Housing. Neil Conlon of Conlon Construction. Got an interesting fact about Neil as well, very interesting, which I will share when it's your turn to speak. Jeremy Lefton of Roundhouse Properties. Not many people can carry off shoes without socks, but this man can. He really can as well. Alison Smith, Director of Redmore Health. Redmore Health are based here. They moved from Preston. They came from the dark side, came here, and they're going to talk about why they came here and what it is that they're looking for. And also Lee Stewart, NHS Healthcare Support and Infrastructure Service. Obviously the NHS has got a big land requirement as well. Lee is a local man from Chorley as well, so he's not had to come far at all. Jonathan, I'll start with you if I may, and I'm going to stand here. Hopefully I won't obscure the view. Would it be fair to say that you are, when it comes to Chorley and South Ribble, Mr. Planning?
that's one word you could use, definitely.
No, it's two words.
Two words. Yeah. Well, I'm a qualified town planner, and I keep trying to shake it off, but it keeps following me around everywhere.
Just explain what your role is, because you're a great guy with a bit of a laugh at your expense mainly, but you have got a really important role.
Yes, I'm Director of Planning Development at Both Councils. My role is not only planning, it's also the economic development team, building control, licensing as well, and open space. So it's quite a wide-ranging role, really. So yeah, I do tend to be tarred with the planner brush, but I see my role very much as place shaping. So very much now joining the jigsaw together of Chorley and South Ribble and the competing demands on land and other issues in the area, trying to make sure it's all right for the future.
I'm going to talk to you about land supply. That'll take the third hour. But how would you describe demand at the moment in terms of people wanting planning permissions, people wanting to move into the area, etc., etc.?
It's absolutely massive. The last 18 months have been the busiest I've ever seen it in nearly 30 years in the profession. The amount of planning applications both teams are processing at the moment has been huge. It's been bigger than at any time previously. So despite COVID and the lockdown, the development and construction side is still really busy. It's not just people sat at home working, wanting a nice extension or a man cave in the back garden. It is the bigger developments as well, which are really coming through. So it's massive. Just now, I've been talking to a local business who are desperate to find a site in here to expand into. We're seeing that on a daily basis at the moment as well. So it's really buoyant out there, which is great to see, but it is a problem for us to resolve.
Yeah, and what was amazing from the first panel is Emma and Claire Russell next to each other, no relation as well. They realised they had a common interest, and Stephen Johnson from Rock realised that he didn't know what was happening at BAE. That's what collaboration does as well. House prices have gone up, exponentially in the area as well. So we're going to talk mainly about commercial. Can you meet the demand of people wanting commercial space in Chorley and South Ribble?
Yeah, I think the simple answer is no. There's no sugarcoating that. We are doing very well in terms of the existing sites we have there, getting snapped up really quickly. But the simple answer is no, we can't meet demand. It's a very popular area at the moment. We're seeing it. We're getting really big inquiries for massive sheds, if you like. We equally at the small end as well, in terms of small units for businesses as well. We can't meet all that demand. We need to be looking at how we can address the needs and make sure it moves forward.
I'm not here to criticise any local authority in particular, okay, none, but I'm completely honest, and I've always been told to be honest as well. But Lancashire County Council, right, I drive past that Q&E strategic site, I drive past it and I think to myself, if I was a local authority and I was looking at all my hopes in IKEA, I can't even put up an IKEA table, right? But I know I'm going to put all my hopes on IKEA as the anchor tenant for that strategic site, Chorley. And then they pulled the plug in 2018, and for the last 3 years, that, I think, a 65 hectare site has been in mothballs, while we're talking about companies who want to move into the same area, Chorley and South Ribble, can't find the space. How frustrating is that?
It's really frustrating. You've got 65 hectares of land there in a prime location with three motorways, easy access into it, and it's been there as an allocation for getting on for 20 years now, and nothing's happened but bar a bit of a construction access road into it. So we, as a South Ribble Council, we're really keen to see that site moving forward. It's been hanging around too long. Yes, we know there's infrastructure issues to open the site, but there must be a solution there. We're missing out on investments if that site's not come forward. I guess the other dimension to it is we don't want to be having all our eggs in one basket on one big site. We need to have a range of different sites around the areas as well. So just having one big site like that isn't enough. We know there's problems moving it forward.
Now, when I left the Chorley Guardian, I became the editor of North West Business Insider. The leader of the council at the time, Jeff Driver, interesting chap, and he took me for a tour around that site. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. That was like 10 years ago. And it's really frustrating because you look at local authorities like Manchester, who are on the front foot. Look at local authorities like Chorley as well, that are on the front foot. And I think we're seeing that in South Ribble as well. Just one question, actually, and it just occurs to me. Because you're the chief planning officer for Chorley and South Ribble, then when you answer the phone, do you ever say Chorley? I mean South Ribble.
No, I don't actually. That tends to be the name generally when I answer the phone.
So it's a good move. Good move.
You can never tell who's ringing.
No, good answer actually. This site here, I mean, everyone who's come into the site has waxed open about it. We're going to hear from Alison soon, who's moved into the business as well. When it was built, the risk was with the council, wasn't it? Just explain the idea behind it, and also the level of interest that there is in the site and has been, and also some of the things you're doing around here.
Yeah, so I mean, one area councils can really help is by entering the market where private sector developers aren't. So we can look at where the needs are, which aren't getting addressed in the market. So the building actually Sasha is a classic example of that. Is we can bring together businesses that might be struggling elsewhere to find the locations. The idea of this as a digital hub where digital creative kind of industries can come together is something the market wasn't delivering. So it's why wouldn't the council go in there and try and join everything together? We held another event here about 6, 7, 8 weeks ago where all the businesses in here were invited to a networking event. It was great to see those businesses talking to each other. They could be in the same supply chain, helping each other out, exchange ideas as well. I think if the council hadn't intervened to do something like that, then it wouldn't be here. It would be, I don't know, a standoffish block or a bloodshed or something if the council hadn't been developing here.
I think you're old enough to remember it. Do you remember? I'm going to say Jack and Oy, but the Rainbow, wasn't it?
Yeah, I
okay.
remember.
So if you look out at that square and go over there, what are we looking at over there? What's that going to be?
Yes, obviously at the bottom of the site there, you've got more industrial and commercial space coming along, and inquiries we're getting for that space. There's literally hundreds of inquiries that are coming in from very different businesses. Some are in existing premises elsewhere and want to move out. So this goes back to the point, can't meet demand. Then of course they've got housing on the other side of the developments as well. So it's been a mixed use scheme area, if you like.
Why do people want to move into Chorley and South Ribble for?
It's a fantastic area to myself. I mentioned earlier that the connectivity for this part of the country is brilliant. You've got the M6, the M61, M65, then M55 across the Blackpool. Obviously, you've got the West Coast main line with great access up and down the country from Preston train station. But it's not only the connectivity; it's a great area to live, work, bring up families. We've got brilliant schools in the area. We've heard from obviously BAE Systems this morning about that they want people to come and live here and work here and attract people with the highest skills. So it's found that ground that offer. I mean, I moved
Manchester to come and live here because I thought it was a great area to come and live and work. So I'm probably an example of what we're doing here. And I know other businesses in the room who've chosen to come here. Manchester and Liverpool are really perhaps too hot for some people, so it provides a real opportunity in this area.
I was talking to the chief exec of Music Magpie, who's just listed recently, and they've moved into new offices in Stockport. The guy behind it, Steve Oliver, a great guy, he's a Stockport guy. And they're in these fantastic new offices. And I said, why are you here for, other than the fact that you're a Stockport lad? He said, third of the price of Manchester.
Yeah.
You know, so one of the big advantages of Chorley and South Rivers is it's not Manchester. If you look out of that window again, a bit further afield actually, Leyland Test Track, don't know what your eyesight's like, but it's over there somewhere. Tell us about that scheme, because that's a big scheme, isn't it?
Yes, that's the largest brownfield site we've got in the central lands areas. That got planning permission, I think, back in 2019. Now for 950 homes and in excess of 50 to 60 square metres of commercial floor space. Alongside that, there's going to be a 2 form-entry primary school and a few local centre with a range of shops and other facilities in there. That site, presently you've got Barrett's and David Wilson building homes on the far western side of the site, and then we've currently got a detailed planning application under consideration for the commercial elements of the scheme as well. So it's a great example of a mixed-use development coming forward in there to meet not only the housing needs but also the commercial.
Leyland got 25 million from the town deal. Chorley didn't get anything. You know, so just explain what that 25 million is going to be used for, and why wouldn't Chorley have got any cash?
Yeah, I'll perhaps answer that last bit first in terms of Chorley. So Chorley actually bid into the future high streets fund, and they did get some revenue funding to develop the bid, but in the end that was unsuccessful, unfortunately. And I think a lot of that is perhaps down to how successful Chorley already is, so to demonstrating the need of how to help out. I think Chorley's doing really well, which is maybe why planning didn't progress. Turning to Leyland, so the government's announced 100 towns nationally. We're able to bid for this money, and Leyland was lucky enough to be named on that list as one of the 100 that could bid for the money. But basically, I mean, you mentioned £25 billion, that's what the government's given them, but the actual proposals are probably more like 32 to 35 billion pounds in terms of what's being delivered there with match funding and other investment. The main proposals for the Leyland Town Centre, if you know Leyland, is we're kind of focusing on the area of Leyland leading up to the train station. The actual centre of Leyland is really weird, and it snakes through in a really linear manner from where the civic centre is on West Paddock all the way almost to the train station, about 2 miles. So we had to focus on one area. The aspiration is really building on ideas we've had knocking around for a long time in Leyland. And if you know Buff Lane, if we have events on that side, Christmas lights switch on, you have to close the street, there's no public space to do anything. One key aspect was creating a public space, public square where you have a lot of activity around there. So where the market is in just on Buff Lane, the idea is to create a lovely public square there with lots of activity around it, whether it's retail, bars, restaurants, or other uses in there. And we've obviously talked about skills exploring as well, so big elements of the Leyland town deal is to deliver a building that concentrates on developing skills in the local area, so that could be training courses, it could be one-man businesses coming there to meet other certain other similar businesses as well. And then the final bit is public realm improvements to make the whole town look better for the future. Some of the paving, some of the the street furniture is quite tired in Leyland, so there's an opportunity to really invest in that and attract people.
It desperately needs it. Tired is a word that is being generous. It's like it's sad. It's just sad, and it's got some great shops there as well.
Yeah.
But I remember when Gary Hall called me in when I was at the Chorley and Leyland Guardian. I was as proud as Leyland as I was of Chorley and Centre. He's great businesses in both boroughs. And he said to me, we bought Market Walk shopping centre. And I said, he said, why? Why would the local authority buy Market Walk? And he said, because we can drive improvements. And now you look at Market Walk and you see the new elements taking place with new businesses, and obviously they weren't helped by COVID as well. And you see a really dynamic, town centre, which you can see what Chorley needs going forward. I mean, COVID has really changed the way the retail sector works. What do you think town centres are going to look like moving forward?
I think town centres will be very different. What's really interesting is both for Chorley and Leyland and the smaller centres, they've been doing okay despite the lockdowns. The vacancy rates are really low in both areas, and I think because people's way of working is very different. People spend more time at home, and they're obviously spending money more locally rather than, say, travelling to Manchester or Liverpool for work every day, spending money there. They're actually spending it more locally. So I think what we're seeing is these smaller centres are probably thriving a bit more than the major cities. We're seeing a lot of changes of use in the centres. So what would we say former retail units that may have gone to charity uses, for example, in the past, they're getting converted into micro bars, coffee shops, different kind of uses going into the area, and that seems to be happening naturally. It's certainly happening in Leyland, it's happening in Penrith, in Southwood as well, it's happening in Chorley as well. So you've seen a lot of diversity. Previously, the planning system protected town centres for a certain proportion of retail uses, and I think we need to be thinking differently and encouraging a range of different uses for a 24/7 kind of town centre.
Thanks very much. Really good stuff, Jonathan. Now I'm going to come to, it's written as Jacqueline DeRose, Group Chief Executive of Progress Housing. I'm Jackie. How do you want me to refer to you?
Jackie.
Jackie will do. And is it DeRose or DeRossi?
DeRose.
DeRose, right, okay. You've been Chief Executive of Progress Housing for 18 years. Just for those people who don't know, just tell us a little bit about Progress Housing, because it's a big beast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a registered social landlord. Primarily we're here to supply rented accommodation in this locality, but we work regionally and nationally as well. But our home and our base is from the stock transfer that originally took place from South Borough Council. So very much where our heart is. Very much where our heart is working in South Ribble, and it's our homeland really. So we're really committed to not only providing really good quality accommodation, and whether that be for renters, shared ownership or outright sale, to actually add the landlord offer beyond that landlord offer, and to give something back, working with our communities to ensure that they are great places to live, create real opportunities for people who are our residents that otherwise they might not get if they weren't one of our customers or one of our tenants.
Anybody else amused by the way Howard Anthony walks there? The way he comes onto the stage like that. Very like he's riding a bike or something like that. Very subtle actually, and I really enjoyed that. I hope I've not embarrassed you.
I saw him from an angle and I thought he's heading my way.
He did. He was heading your way. He just sent me a message to say that I was obscuring the view. Could I take a seat further back? So I just thought, if he is saying my bottom's big, I will get my own back on it as well. Now, I have been aware, like I say, of Progress Housing scale, but you've got 700 staff, a turnover of 85 million, 11,000 properties. How much of a presence have you got in Chorley and South Ribble?
About half of that is in this area, and we're very proud of that because actually a lot of our staff come and live in the area and come and work for us in the area. So a big proportion of who we are and what we do is very much linked to the local community.
Just looking in terms of your approach, you've got a very holistic approach to the way that you work. It's not just a question of finding people to fill properties, is it? You find out, because a lot of people that you deal with might have certain problems, might have challenges that might be preventing them getting into the workplace, etc., and you try and find out what the cause is and then come up with a solution, etc., etc. Can you just explain the fact that you're more than just a housing provider?
Yeah, so we think, we start from the premise that if people have got good quality, safe, secure housing in a pleasant community and neighbourhood, they can then use that as a launch pad really to improve their life. And our job is to try and create those new avenues for people. So for some people, the challenge is that they've only ever experienced living in a household that hasn't been in employment, and therefore it's quite alien to get into employment. So there's sort of the second, third generation of families who have not entered the employment market. So breaking down those sorts of barriers and working with individuals to see what it is that's stopping people, whether it's education, whether it's experience, whether it's confidence, whether it's just believing that there might be an opportunity for them to find employment and find something that they enjoy. So we very much start from that perspective that it's about talking to the individual and seeing what it is that's the barrier and what we can do to help remove those barriers. So at any moment in time, we've probably got at least 40 people who are our customers working for us. We've got 30 to 60 people in some sort of apprenticeship training or education program that we're sponsoring. We tend to work with them very closely, so our staff are one-to-one mentors. We try and unpack really what people's aspirations might be and create those pathways. So we aren't necessarily the person or the organisation that each of them end up being employed by. And I think that's one of the things that I'm really keen for us to try and do from these sorts of network opportunities is, we've heard what the fabulous range of employment opportunities are in our area. How can we better link with each other as employers to create those opportunities and those access points for people? We've talked about people struggling to find people that fill vacancies, and we've got, any time, 30, 35, 40 people who are looking for their next job, looking for that next opportunity. So is there something we can do to better link with each other? Is really what I think would be a great outcome for us to move on from our individual commitments as an employer and everyone's.
This panel is land and assets. You want to build 1,000 homes in the next 5 years.
Yes.
How achievable is that?
Very. We need land though, and that's the big challenge I think for us. Absolutely, I think in our sector we tend to, even when the economy isn't going through a boom, we tend to be the organisation that's carrying on building and developing. So when we're in a boom, it makes it even more difficult really to sustain that growth plan. So we need to work together to do that. And one of the things that we need to try and do is make sure that some of the bigger sites we can get access to by working more collaboratively and in partnership. So we don't necessarily, we might want a site where we could build 50, 100 houses. We don't necessarily need a site that is 500 units, but that could be used for a number of different other mixed purposes. So I think for me it's about how we package land and how we can bring individual solutions to it by better working together. But I do think that is a big challenge, getting access to land at the right price, in the right place.
Well, I like the way you could have sat next to anybody, but you made a beeline straight ahead of planning. So conversations are happening as we speak. I've got a couple of sustainability questions to ask you, but I'll see if we have time to ask them, depending on where we are in terms of the timescale. I'm going to come to, thank you very much, Jackie. You're going to come to Neil Conlon of Conlon Construction. When I spoke to Neil before this event, actually, just to find out a bit more about Conlon Construction, he's a scuba diver. And you were going up to Scotland, weren't you, to dive on a wreck?
Yeah, heading up to Scapa Flow at the time, yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end of the First World War, British boarded all the German high seas fleet in Scapa Flow. They had a skeleton crew on it, and the admiral of the German fleet heard, sort of 2 days behind, that the Treaty of Versailles wasn't going too well, so he sent a secret signal out, and they sunk below in a day. So,
I have to say,
they're not all there now, but yeah, it's...
if you're as informed about properties you are about this history lesson you've just given us, that takes us right into lunch, everybody. But what I'd like to ask is happy birthday to you, Neil, because you're 60, or at least I should say, Conlon Construction is 60 years old on November the 24th. I mean,
a week on Thursday. Yeah.
You very much are part and parcel of the area. You were in the
Yeah,
fabric of the area.
we've been in South Ribble all that time, yeah, in Charlie Folding on the bridge. So, yeah, my dad and his 4 brothers set the business up all them years ago. So there's been 5 brothers who had 21 children, all Irish Catholics, like Roberts, yeah, and now we're sort of second generation getting older and grey, and we're trying to encourage the third generation in. But,
here's a question: of those 21, how many children have they had between them?
I genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
We didn't have it last year, but every couple of years we go back to Tyrone where it all started, and we have Colmanbury. And there's usually about 120 of us turn up.
Yeah.
For our 50th, we hired a big place in Kidderminster. I think it slept 120. We had to get some tents as well. So we're a big family.
Can you imagine when you go into the hotel? What's your name? Conlon. Yeah. What's your name? Conlon.
I stayed at Julie's in Manchester a few weeks back, and she said, "What's your name?" I said, "Conlon." I said, "How do you spell it?" I said, and I had it on my jacket. And we had a site outside. I said, "Well, like that." It's like, yeah, it's not often you can do that, but yeah.
No. So yeah, to be there, obviously.
It's funny at the time.
Hey, listen, I crack them jokes all the time and all that, so don't worry about that. I mean, but on a serious point, 50 million turnover based in Bamber Bridge. I mean, what's your sweet spot in terms of the construction work that you do? Because you're well respected.
Yeah, we do quite a lot of education work. We've done 15 schools for DFE in the last 6 years. We're on with a few schools at the moment. Got one at Wilmslow High School. It's the only high school in Wilmslow. It's only a refurbishment, but it's going to be about £12 million refurb in a school, a live school with 2,100 pupils. So that'll be a challenge. We've got another one at Stockport, first school in Stockport, not Trafford that is. We just finished one at Stockport School. So yeah, we do quite a lot of education. But on the flip of that, we also do a lot of heritage work as well. We've worked at Blackpool Winter Gardens recently. Heaton Hall, Manchester Town Hall, Withenshaw Hall, we did £4.5 million refurbishment there because some young lad fell out with his girlfriend and decided to pour petrol through the letterbox of Withenshaw Hall and set it alight. Nearly burnt it to the ground, so that's fascinating sort of refurbishment job.
Wasn't a Conlon, was he? Wasn't he?
No, he wasn't. No. We are Irish Catholics, but yeah, we don't.
One of the things about yourself is that we're talking, and when we speak to Jeremy Lefton at Roundhouse Properties in a minute, he's going to talk much more about land supply, which is a big thing for him.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the work you do is project driven, so you're not necessarily looking for land. You do a little bit of house building, don't you?
Well, yeah, we've got our own sort of property sort of portfolio, as it were, which is mainly in the area. I mean, say where our office is, we've got about 150,000 square foot of warehousing just at the back of there, which is over recent years, thanks to Screwfix, really has changed from just warehousing to over-the-counter retail, they called it, which obviously increases the rental sort of rates and that sort of thing. Good for us, really. And yeah, we've got a few other properties. We own quite a bit of property on Monkey Street in Preston as well. So.
What I mentioned before, you are well respected. Anyone who's been past Southlands and who sports centre, that's you. Just building a £5 million sports facility over in the Enterprise Zone at Blackpool. I bet you're one of the people when you drive around with it. We did that.
Yeah, we were on about Leyland Test Track. We did 24 acres of development around that 20 years ago. So we did all that Aston Way. So.
You don't do. You've got a policy. You don't do competitive tendering, do you?
We try and avoid competitive tendering because, as it says on the tin, it's very competitive, and we see it as a bit of a race to the bottom. And it's all about price, not about quality. We tend to do 2-stage procurement, where the first stage is 30% price, 70% quality. And then we're engaged at a much earlier stage. We can help the clients understand the delivery process, market test everything. We get involved a lot earlier. We fix the budget, we stick to the budget, we stick to the programme, and deliver a much better quality product we think we do anyway. But we get to do a lot of repeat business, so must be nice.
So Jonathan mentioned that it's been really busy, demand's huge. I think in the last 12 months you've picked up work totaling like £75 million.
Yeah, really good. So our win rate has been about 65% because we kind of pick our fights as well as to what jobs we actually bid for.
Yeah.
Whereas I think in the industry it's usually about 1 in 5 jobs that won, and then the other 4 that you don't win, it's a waste of resources, So we're quite efficient in the way that we win our work as well.
Yeah, and you know, we're just talking about supply chains and about recruitment on the previous panel as well. You're interested, you've got 80 staff, but your supply chain, the people that you work with, it tends to be very loyal, doesn't it? So you don't tend to have a challenge recruiting.
We tend to use our key suppliers anyhow, tend to be, we use them over and over again, as it were, because they work well with us, we pay them promptly, which is what they want. They find us good to deal with. Our site staff know their site staff, again, which improves efficiency, as it were. And again, because of this early engagement process of going through this two-stage procurement, the suppliers get a much better chance of ordering up the resources, the labour, materials, the plant, whatever, so they don't get tripped up further down the line when they're actually going to deliver on site.
You mentioned 50 million turnover company. I think for every £1 that you spend, it generates £3 for the local economy.
Well, it's a standard thing, that local multiplier effect, as it were. The more money you spend in the local area, the more it's going to expand, sort of ripple out within that local area, you know. So, we were on the local town deal board at Leyland this morning. We were saying about micro businesses in town centres, and as opposed to having your Marks and Sparks and your IKEAs and that, who then a lot of that money's going back out of the area, isn't it? So I mean, the more you spend locally with local people, so we target 85% of our spend within a 30-mile radius of each of our jobs. Is what we try and hit, and we tend to achieve that. So, yeah, well, we think it has a full effect on the local area.
But you also, yeah, like I say, you try to recruit locally, you try to recruit supplies locally, so third panel is about sustainability. Sustainability is a big part of your business, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, again, as part of this sort of two-stage procurement process, the 70% quality side of it, it's usually got 20% within that is to do with social value. And the social value is broken down again into social, economic and environment. So they want to know what you're going to do in the way of local employment, what you're going to do with community engagement, get involved with local schools, work experience, just to make sure that you're going to try and leave a sort of sustainable environment behind as well.
Okay, I'm going to come to Alison, then I'm going to come to Stuart, and I'm going to come to, deliberately, I'm going to come to Jeremy last as well, actually. Anybody in the room got their own helicopter? Anyone got their own helicopter in the room? Council Municipality doesn't want to admit to having a helicopter. If you want to land on anything, then we'll use your wristwatch, Jeremy. Look at that. Look at that. That must be the world's biggest watch. That really is. You might have bad eyesight. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Alison, I was looking at your wristwatch, but I can't see one for you. A fascinating story, Redmore Health, because well, just tell us a bit about the history of Redmore Health, because you've only recently joined. It was set up by your much worse half, Mark, who I know very, very well. And it's grown exponentially over the last 4 years. So just explain what Redmore Health does, Alison.
So we were.
You'll need to turn your. Otherwise, you'll get the walk.
We were established in 2017 by my husband. We support and coach NHS and social care staff to get the best use out of digital. So that includes things like video consultation, online consultation, video clinics, remote monitoring, social media, and then we also do a trusted partner of NHS, so we do redesign services with them. So, workforce retention is a big thing for them at the minute. So it's a big package of support that we work with the NHS on.
And one of the things about Redmore is they recognised way before the pandemic, they were talking to the NHS and talking about care homes, for example, and actually it's not the best use of a busy GP's time to go to a care home 20 miles from where they're based, see one patient and come back. So they were looking at remote virtual sessions, so they could see 4 or 5 patients remotely. Then along came COVID, and then that was put into practice. And that's happened a lot in terms of virtual clinics at doctor surgeries as well, because there's a big problem with losing doctors. So you came up with that idea. In terms of how COVID has been for you, and actually you personally just recently recovered from COVID, actually, about a month or so ago, you've really grown in popularity, haven't you? Because the NHS have really want to work with you now. So you've grown as a business, haven't you?
Yeah, so we've gone from 5 employees before COVID to
20 employees now, so really accelerated growth, and we should not like to admit that we're a beneficiary of COVID, but yeah, so it's accelerated those NHS staff to want to work remotely. Like I say, they don't want people turning up in clinics and at GP practices, so they really force them to embrace working remotely and doing video.
Okay, so growing business, growing the staff, 20 plus employees, and then you were based in Preston. Not going to hold it against you. We've all made mistakes in our lives, Alison. But you were based in Preston, next to a storage centre. Before we talk about the reason why you came here, why did you leave Preston?
It was the access was really difficult. Nightmare getting to the premises. We knew that there were a lot of housing development nearby, so it would get even worse. And it just didn't give the right impression that we wanted for the staff and clients. And I think the trigger was we had after lockdown ended, we brought people back into the office who wanted to see face to face, and we had about 15 employees in the office at the same time, and because they still wanted to they wanted to come into the office and they wanted to do video calls as well, it got really noisy and there just wasn't the space to get out of that office. We didn't want to increase the floor space because we still had the days where people weren't in the office at all. So that was one of the big things that forced it to move really.
You've not had to come far today because your office is literally just up there. What was it about Strawberry Fields Digital Hub that appealed to you and to Mark?
I think it's because it's everything that Preston, the office at Preston, isn't. So, like I say, we have people coming into the office, and the fact that there's the collaborative spaces here was really appealing for us. We've got the nursery nearby, we've got young people working for us, starting out in families, so, handy having that on site. As Jonathan said, the motorway networks and transport networks are fantastic. We've got employees that work in North Cumbria, Manchester, Yorkshire. It's a central location that brings us together.
And just talk about your growth ambitions as well. I mean, I think you're at 2 million turnover now. How big do you want to become, and can you do that in Chorley?
Definitely do it in Chorley. We work remotely, so it's fantastic. We're on the Boost programme, so we're actually hitting all the targets that we had, aiming to get to 5 million turnover in the next 3 years. Doing that by continuing that remote support, broadening the network. We're already working nationally down in London, across Wales. But we recently launched Remote Creative, which is a marketing agency that is on the back of doing a lot of health campaigns. So it's really working with partners that align with our core values as well around healthy lifestyles and healthy products, that type of thing.
Alison, one of the questions I'm going to ask you, I'm going to save to the end, which is what can Chorley and South Ribble Council, what they're doing well, what can they do better to help a growing business like you? I'm going to come to you, Lee Stewart, of NHS Healthcare Support and Infrastructure Service. Lee, the question when I was interviewing you, when I was doing my research, that I think I'm going to ask is this, it's that, why do you support Blackburn Rovers?
So you're right, I do support Blackburn Rovers. Unfortunately, I was born there, so I lived there for a while, and then I moved out of the area, and I moved to Chorley for about 10 years ago. Don't like to jump ship, quite loyal, so I kind of stuck with them, got visitors often, I'm sure.
Through thinner and thinner.
Very much so.
Absolutely. Come and follow Chorley. Now, just tell us what your job involves at the NHS.
So predominantly, I provide the advice for Lancashire and South Cumbria NHS Trust in terms of achieving their global ambitions through a stage transformation. So we are predominantly their estates facilities arm of the trust. Most recently, probably the last 12 months, we've completely rewritten all our strategies, which included the overarching clinical strategy for the trust. And then one of our most key aims is to deliver our estate strategy, so an enabler to meet the local residents' needs in each of our areas across the whole of Lancashire.
Now, My wife works in the NHS, so I know how to filter because it can get a bit wordy, a bit verbose, and I don't understand it. So I'm going to simplify it. So if I simplify it too much, tell me off. But in terms of your involvement in Chorley and South Ribble, I think 65% of your work is dealing with a very important issue of mental health provision, isn't it?
Yes, we're one of the lead providers across Lancashire and South Cumbria, particularly for Chorley and South Ribble. We provide children's, adults and learning disabilities mental health services. We do provide some physical health across the Chorley South Ribble, which includes treatment groups, psychiatry, physiotherapy, and others. But yeah, the high proportion of our turnover in terms of patient contact is mental health.
Yeah, and you own a couple of buildings that way, 16 to 18 Exton Lane as well. You also own a 5,000 square metre piece of land in Friday Street. Now that was to be earmarked for a new health campus, wasn't it? Which isn't happening anymore. So just give us a quick update on that.
Yeah, so Friday Street was actually pre my time joining the trust. It's probably going back 15 years, and I can see Chris smiling back with the council. It's done the rounds a number of times in terms of its feasibility, and for a number of reasons it was just not just quite suitable. So at the moment we have a private tenant that operates from that side, and the trust is just about to enter discussions about getting into the open market, probably in the coming 6 weeks, and obviously the deal to the open market is not positive.
Okay, the real reason you're here today, one of the things I really want to ask you about is your plan to create an integrated mental health hub in Chorley. I know you're having conversations with the local authority as well. Clearly there's been a big surge in demand for, drop-in support for people with mental health problems. You spend a lot of your money on inpatient care. In fact, you've got a couple of units just across the road at the hospital there. The cost of inpatient care is huge. So if you can get outpatient care before you need inpatient care, it's better for everyone. You're looking to create this integrated hub. I know you can't say locations, but where are you up to?
So where we're up to at the moment is we're in discussions with obviously the local authority. We've looked at options available, and we're actually just about to embark on a stakeholder group number of sessions to try and really tease out what we mean by an integrated hub. There's a number of them around the country, but we want the first fully integrated hubs, physical hubs. So there's some virtual hubs in progress at the moment in other areas, particularly Yorkshire. This physical hub would ideally complement itself with another local site, which delivers physical health services. But at the moment, we're very much looking around. Obviously, it would be predominantly mental health, but obviously bringing to the third sector, the voluntary sector, and also any other complementary services that Chorley Council and others deliver, to really be a focal point for Chorley residents, and particularly if we can get it close or in the town centre, it will benefit the whole town centre as a place, in terms of bringing obviously much more workforce into the local area, but also hopefully keeping people in the town centre to hopefully increase revenues for other parties.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, if you look into your coffers, there's not much there, because you're spending all your money on inpatient care. So you can't do this anymore. So it's all about collaboration, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously the NHS in itself obviously receives its capital investment, but the majority of that is spent on either maintaining our current bed provision for acute mental health, or actually we are involved in an expansion of beds across Lancashire and South Cumbria. And we see that probably taking up the majority of our capital funding for the next 3 to 5 years. Unfortunately, the majority of the money that we get for transformation, particularly around mental health, only comes as revenue. So unfortunately, we need partners to enable us to deliver not only these types of schemes, but other transformational schemes that bring services together and provide them in a local area for local residents, but also provide potentially earlier interventions where we can see people quicker in the right place and make sure that hopefully they don't become acute ill.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to come to Jeremy Lefton around House Properties. I like my little game for the audience. I like that. You know me, Jeremy. Don't you? You know me very well. One of me and Jeremy likes to run triathlons. Okay, I want you to work out which one it is. Don't have to say just yet, but I think it's obvious looking at me. So, Jeremy, who's never run a triathlon in his life, you set up Roundhouse Properties 35 years ago. Just tell us what you do.
Yeah, so for a family business where Roundhouse Properties roughly was 35 years ago, but when it was set up 35 years ago, we were, say, traditional behind the scenes landlord. It was more of an investment. We rebranded as Roundhouse Properties 12-ish years ago, of which we've then streamlined the business more towards SMEs, and we work very closely with our tenants, but actually we've offered a service now where we specialise in small to medium-sized businesses and offering them the best possible space we can. Now that's started off as traditional offices, industrial space, and then more recently we've created some more hybrid developments, starting at about 650 square foot, which we've Momentum Business Centres. We've had
Don't jump too far ahead, otherwise I'll have no questions to ask. I've not done the homework. But what's really interesting is, in terms of where you're based in South Liverpool, just behind the B&Q, just behind the what's the name of the pub, the Fox, the Walton Fox, yeah, and other good pubs are available. So you're just behind there, and you've got a Momentum Business Centre just behind there as well.
Yeah.
If you go to Buxwell Village, I know Emma from our first panel lives in Buxwell Village. You go to the Tesco, you come out past the garage, you turn left. And you've got that development on the left-hand side. That's another Momentum Business Park. So you've got two in South Liverpool, you've got one in Chorley. Before you tell me how popular they are, the premise is pretty great here. You realise that SMEs, a lot of them want their own space. So you create these, in effect, shells. I'm doing you a disservice, a bit more than that, but you basically build them, people buy them, and then they fit them out themselves. That's the way they work, don't they?
Yes, we tried to create something that was, on the face of it, it was somewhere in between. It was better than an industrial unit, but it was nowhere near. I say nowhere near the standard. It's not a traditional office, if you like, and it was somewhere in the middle to try and capture the small businesses in the area and give them somewhere to work from. People had the option where they could buy them, they could rent them, or we offered a 3-year lease where you could come to us at any point within that 3 years and say, right, I'm ready to buy it now, and buy your own unit. But yeah, like you say, internally, it was a brief box, if you like. But what it did, is it gave people the vision to do whatever they wanted. So they could create internally, I can show you around all 90, 120-ish units, and I can show you every single one of them, and virtually every single business has put their own spin on it. So they've created exactly what it is that suits their business.
And the great thing is that, that they can have, depending on what the business is, of course, but, it could be 10 people, it could be probably a little bit more than that, but probably not many. It's aimed at micro. You said the S and the SME.
Yeah.
But you built 90 in South Liverpool in 2 Momentum Business Centres, 1 in Chorley. You sold them all before you finished building them.
Yeah, technically they were all speculative, but I think it was only 2. We built all 3 in 3 phases. I think there was only 2 units left on one of the phases because someone had pulled out last minute. But other than that, every single unit was sold before we finished building.
And you could have sold them probably twice over. How much would they cost?
The ones we did at Buckshaw, I don't know if you underpriced them, they started off at 65, 70,000 to be able to buy your own unit. The way build costs have gone into the market, I think we're now at, you would say, 100, 110,000 a unit. And then with their fit out costs, people can easily spend that, a lot more than that, in terms of fitting out, so it's specific to what they want.
How, so the demand's there, there's companies from across the area want to come in and, take this land, whether it's Chorley or South Liverpool businesses wanting their own premises. How easy or difficult, I know what the answer is, I think most people do, how easy or difficult is it to find land in Chorley and South Liverpool?
That's been a hard part, and at the moment we've not found any more land. We've had there's been a few more opportunities become available, but nothing that's followed through yet. I think we mentioned earlier, a few people have decided to retire over the pandemic. There's been a couple of opportunities which at the time haven't been right, where people are looking at selling up the business and moving on. Yeah, actually finding land at the moment has been our hardest challenge.
Don't you feel bad, Jonathan, letting him down? No. I like you, Jonathan, yeah, but I mean, you're letting him down. No, you're not. I mean, but I mentioned before, community strategic site is a stone's throw from one of your mentioned business centres as well.
Yeah.
65 hectares of space there. You know, your sweet spot is what, 2 to 3 acres, isn't it?
Yeah, we'd like 6 to 3 acres. If it was a spare 6 to 3 acres there, yeah, we'd be delighted.
Yeah. He wants some as well. He wants some. It's coming up to Christmas. Let's just do the deal right here, right now. I'm not business. I'm not planner. That's what frustrates me. I can see that now. I know. I understand the reasons why. But the demand is there, isn't it? Because we're talking, and Neil mentioned every pound spent, £3 generated in the local economy. These are businesses that you're keeping in Chorley and South Ribble. The demand is there, but obviously the land isn't. What are you having to do about that?
To be honest, we're looking out. I say looking out in that area. We're actually about to get planning, hopefully, for a site in Blackburn. We did have a site in Knowsley. So yeah, unfortunately, we're looking out in that area. As much as we'd like to build in South Ribble, if there was more land, we'd be on site tomorrow if we were able to.
That site in Blackburn, that's not come from a local authority, that's a privately owned.
Yes. We've not bought sites for council.
I've got more questions I want to ask, but have we got any questions from the audience about panel? You absolutely can make a point as well, actually.
It's been mentioned loads.
Yeah.
We share everybody's frustration on Curing. South people don't own the land.
No.
The county council do. We pressured as best we can the county council to do something with it. This one's got to be really, really careful because we're being slightly critical of the county council friends here. You know, we like to facilitate, we're supposed to facilitate developments as local authorities. There's a very real grey area where we want to act as a developer as well. And I think that's the challenge we've had with Curing, with the county council is they're trying to act as a lead developer, not necessarily a lead facilitator. And that's what Jonathan gets in their ribs every single week about this, because that site should be developed out now with a multitude of different opportunities. As you say, you can sell on site here in this building. Yeah. So that's the challenge that we have. And the land is so scarce. I think that's that's the single biggest development site in Lancashire. You know, and so we've got to. It's a fine line that we've got to walk here. We have been pushing hard for the new regime at county council. I think there's a slightly different view secured now going forward.
Yeah, no, I agree, Councillor, for those who weren't here for the first panel, Councillor Paul Foster, leader of the South Ribble Council. But yeah, I get that. I know where the problem sits. It sits over at County Hall, but for people, residents like me, who walk past that site every day, and I hear people like Jeremy's story and other people in the room as well, and I know there's businesses that want to stay in the area, and it's right on the bottom of the M65, M61, M6. It's a real frustration. But I like to see Jeremy getting in his ribs. I like to see Jonathan getting in his ribs. But I might send Jonathan as well. I might send Jeremy as well to get in his ribs as well. Has anybody else got any other questions? Just you say who you are.
Yeah, sure. My name's Stephen Turner. I'm the chairman of a company called Big 55. So we work on 2 sites in the South Ribble at the moment. We're a manufacturing business, a bit more than that. We're going through a lot of growth. So we have about 80 people, we're probably about over 160 within about 18 months. We're really struggling for space. I don't think we need to lay over on that. One of the things that's interesting to me, we took a new unit on Centurion Way, one of the new builds, and that building has a first floor mezzanine, so office. We can't use it because the developers didn't put a lift in.
Another.
It's just crazy.
Why?
I cannot.
Why? Another apology.
What's the point? This is a Lancashire County Council build. and we should be building buildings that are giving access to all, and we're not. So we actually didn't need this space, it would have been handy, but we can't have meetings there, we can't invite people to have meetings there, because we can't profile them and ask them how you deserve. It's just crazy, and the advice we're given is, we only want the building for a short time, because hopefully we'll find a bigger building at some point, so why would we invest in all that?
So we can't blame you for that one, but when it's the problem for local council, see, it's just this lack of joined up thinking, isn't it? You know, it's so frustrating. Like socks, incidentally. Great socks. Any other questions? And anybody else want to blame Jonathan?
Yeah, I would actually.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is it's probably applying Ian Kearney, sorry, I operate a leisure facility in town, but I've also been looking for a multi-use leisure site. But the properties you mentioned there, Bookshaws and Chorley Way, every commercial development that's happened in Chorley and South Ribble, to a large extent, new build, there's a restriction on parking. So I originally had a site on here with the developer here, but very cleverly negotiated his way out of that because of COVID. And that was with 14,000 square foot with 80 spaces for car parking, which is what we need as a minimum for the type of facility we have. And yet there are no new builds that would ever come with anything more than half a dozen spaces and a turning circle. Matrix Park, we looked at that. There was one site which was too big at 40,000 square foot, which had a delivery loading bay, and that would have been ideal. But because it was industrial, we probably would never have got planning for what we wanted to use it for leisure. So is that a government dictate that new sort of light commercial spaces that end up being trade counters and distribution warehouses are designed with minimal car parking?
Yeah, I can certainly come back on that one. So it's the county council, the highways authority, they set the parking standards for new build development. So when we're assessing a plan application, we get a view of the county highways as to does the plan application meet standard for parking. The problem we have, I think, is that the county highways policy very much committed from a sustainability perspective and trying to encourage people not to drive everywhere. But we can all go around every industrial estate in both boroughs. We can see cars parked on the pavements and all over the place. It is a really big issue. So it is something we're conscious of. So there's one scheme in the south of London, which won't name, where officers are saying there's nothing like parking there. It's going to be absolute chaos. So we do need to be changing our approach to these things. Yes, we can encourage people to cycle, walk, or whatever, but we still need to accommodate those cars as well.
You put me down for an acre on Cured as well. Everyone else.
I've got another question, because one thing I want to do is, and also I need to apologise because I have the timing wrong. You know, I devote more time to the questions of panel number 1 than I'm going to panel number 2. But Chorley and South Ribble Council both want to know what they're doing wrong, what they could do better. Obviously, we've established, Jonathan, that you're going to come in a sackcloth next time, because you've got enough land to clear out, and it is coming up to Christmas. But in terms of what would you like to see? So, you know, Alison, you mentioned you love Strawberry Fields Digital Hub. You know, there's so many good things about it as well. But what could be better?
For us, it would be electric vehicle charging.
Yeah, because Mark's got Tesla, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tesla and I've got hybrid, and it is a barrier to Tesla brand.
I think the range is reasonable, but no, it's a bit like sort of mobile phone chargers, isn't it? People don't always charge it overnight and get 100%. Progress housing. What would you like the council to do better?
So we're not allowed to say land.
Not allowed to say land. Land's out. Land's out.
No, I think probably back to the point I was making around as connecting better around the employment offer for people after they've been through training and apprenticeship programs. If we could get better, really, at both putting people through the programme, but actually having an offer somewhere in our many sectors within this area, so that people did have a stepping stone to move into a permanent employment role. I think that would be a great step forward.
What can you do better? No, I don't think it's fair of you to answer this question as well, but I always think this, Ellie. some planning officers have got no personality. You've got all of it. You've got all of it. So thanks very much for doing that. Jeremy, you're not allowed to say land, but what would you like the councils locally to do better than they are?
Well, the obvious one for us would be the land. But I mean, it's the communication, isn't it? It's we're what 100 metres, 200 metres from Kieran. Frustrates us every day, but it's we don't see anything. We don't see anything, but it's actually coming forward. Any opportunities, things like that. I mean, we're obviously here to build speculatively, so if there was communication, then that would make the difference.
Yeah, but it's interesting that when it comes to common construction, a second, two successful businesses, but you don't tend to talk much about what you do in the area either, do you? When was your last speaking engagement in Chorley and South Ribble? Yeah.
I just can't say no to you, Chris.
Absolutely. That's because I know everything there is to know about the Lepton family as well. If you've ever met a force of nature, like Jeremy's mum and sisters, I would invite you to meet them. They are a force of nature. I mean, sister runs a business in Manchester, which is absolutely fine. But you've got a great story, and I think that Roundhouse, I think the Momentum Business Centre story is such a great story as well. As is Common Construction, been going for all these years now. What can the council do better in your experience?
I was banging on about it before. We're just big advocates of two-stage procurement, and we might be doing more work on the doorstep rather than in Manchester and Cheshire. Well, having said which, South Ribble have sort of started doing two-stage procurement now. So there are jobs coming out through two-stage, which is great.
Absolutely, and why would people, spend a lot of time, effort, money pitching stuff and not getting it? Bearing in mind they're so busy anyway. That's the point. What would your wish list be? Obviously, we'd like a nice big, building in the middle of Chorley.
So I suppose, as we spoke earlier, we do have a very good relationship with Chorley Borough Council. I think obviously with the now collaboration across with South Ribble, I think we need to start looking at how we extend that into that more pattern. I think the thing that we find challenging, and this is not only just for South Ribble, is I don't think we quite understand the impact on health services when we build new homes. And I think that the target at the moment is to build new homes wherever we can. And I don't think there's enough work to really consider what does that mean in terms of not only GP but also the wider mental health and physical health services. So it's really to really start thinking about when we enter their next rounds of master planning for houses, to really stop and think well actually we've dealt with the GP practice, but what about the other elements of our needs as residents, particularly mental health, because what we tend to find is GP practices are just pulled straight away after development. We can't use their premises.
No, that's a really good point, because it's one thing building houses, but if you've not got the services around it, then really it's unsustainable, whether it's schools, GPs or whatever.
Another way of repurposing town centres, then you take on some of the empty units in town centres.
Yeah, no, we have looked at that in various areas. I think each area would be different. I suppose it also depends on the opportunities that are available. But yeah, particularly the last 3 to 5 years, we found it particularly challenging where the houses are just appearing everywhere. Yet there is no accommodation for local people to get local services. It's very much we're trying to squeeze them into existing properties, which is just not sustainable.
And then, of course, that impacts on their mental health, and then that increases the need, and then we have it's a snowball. Okay. Thank you very much for our second panel. I thought they were excellent, and I mean, obviously, we've even warmed to you. Even these guys have just done a deal. I'll be calling up my friends at the Chorley Guardian. Well, I wouldn't have had any friends at the Chorley Guardian. So thanks very much for all the questions. Just to say now, we're going to break for lunch, and after lunch we'll be looking at the whole issue of sustainability and business for good. We've got some really good businesses and panelists on that third panel as well. So lunch will be served. We'll be back here at about 1:30. I think that's the plan. Just one thing to say, because of the whole COVID situation and everybody trying to do the right thing as well, people asked to just sanitise their hands as well, and use the tongs provided. I have to say, Howard said to me, "I'll be keeping watch on his horse, on his wooden horse like that. He'll be riding to the rescue if anybody is caught breaking the rules as well." Okay, so lunch is served and back here for 1:30. Thank you very much.
Just show.
Yes. Or new or fresh. Yeah. More outside. I'll do hill response. Yeah. Yes.
Streaming to the world, streaming to Chorley and South Ribble as well. So I thought the food was excellent. I thought really good, as in keeping with this place as well. Thanks very much for staying for the final panel, which is loosely around green, sustainability, and business for good as well. We've got some fantastic businesses. As always, I'm not just going to ask them about sustainability. I'm going to ask them about some of the issues we touched on in the first two panels as well. At the end, I'm going to finish with a Q&A with Councillor Alison Bradley, where if you've got a question that you want to ask Leader of the Council, you feel free. Otherwise, I shall pin him against the wall and ask him my questions myself. Our third panel consists of Chris Sinnott, Deputy Chief Executive of Chorley Council and South Ribble Council, and Stacey Turner, co-founder of CG Professional, which is a fantastic business in Chorley, which is growing like topsy. Rachel McQueen, CEO of Marketing Lancashire. Rob Sims, CEO of Elite Group. I have to apologise to you because he took part in a round table of mine on Zoom, but he's completely changed, and I didn't recognise him face to face. And I said to him, "Can I just get your business card so I can introduce you?" And he said, "Yes, I'm on your panel." So apologies to you as well. Sarah Kemp, Lancashire LEP, took over as the CEO of Lancashire LEP during the pandemic as well. And last but not least, we've got James Newell of a company called BDR Thermia. Hope I pronounced that correctly, but most of us will know it as Baxi. Well, it's not Baxi, but Baxi sits within it as well. So I'm going to start with Chris Sinnott, who is who's Deputy Chief Executive of Chorley Council. His ambition in life is aspiring to be the next Gary Hall, and why wouldn't you, quite frankly, Chris?
I don't know.
Chris, you're a qualified sea kayaking coach in your spare time as well. Just explain, if you would, because, obviously you've got Chorley Council, you've got South Ribble Council. Just explain the relationship between the two, because it's not one council. You're very careful to try and keep them separate.
Yeah, so Chorley Council, South Ribble Council, they are separate local authorities. They serve their separate boroughs. We have different councillors who are elected onto them. They make different decisions about what's best for either Chorley or South Ribble. But they're relatively small organisations, and sharing services makes sense in terms of making savings. So we save on staffing costs, which means that more money can be put into frontline services, and it also makes it more resilient, so we can move resources around where it's needed. But the two councils are separate, it's just that we work across the two.
And if we look at the two councils together, what sort of collective clout have you got? How many staff have you got, and how many people in the population are you representing?
So we represent around about 250,000, just short of 250,000 people across Chorley and South Ribble. From our point of view, I know we kind of would say this, but Chorley and South Ribble are key in Lancashire. Central Lancashire is very much the growth area for the county. Our populations often serve outside of Lancashire as well, into the city region in Greater Manchester and Liverpool. And so we're serving a fairly large population, but also a really important economy and community. We employ around about 1,000 people across the two. That includes our leisure centres, which have recently come back under the control of the councils. And obviously work across, and we've had a bit of discussion already, in a nuclear area, the the areas are also covered by the county council.
People have been universally very supportive of Strawberryfield Digital Hub. You tend to find that when a project's a success, everyone thinks it's fantastic. But we can see the building, but I personally can't see the sustainability. It's here. What sustainability elements are there to this development and maybe other developments you're building at the moment?
So it's always a balance because often sustainability costs more, and I think certainly over the last few years, Chorley Council in this case, with Strawberryfields and Strawberry Meadows next door, over the last few years we've started to take into consideration the longer term sustainability of anything that we're building beyond just the initial costs of build and how we're going to make this financially stack up. So this building is rated BREEAM Excellent. Next door will be slightly lower than that, but that means there's lots of other things in the building that many people in the room will already be fairly aware of. So that's things like the lighting, how do we do the lighting, how do we do the heating, what's the insulation that's in place. So a lot of the stuff that you wouldn't see, but it makes the building more energy efficient, works better. I picked up on the point from the last panel around electric charging points. That's something which is probably lacking here at the moment, but we are already on with looking at how to put it in, and it's that continual change that we need to do to make it better.
I always think it's difficult being a chief executive or deputy chief executive of a local authority because journalists are invariably looking for cheap headlines. So when you build something, the first thing is how much does it cost? And if it's not a success from day one, it is a waste of money. It's only takes social media and says this is a waste of money. So this didn't fill up straight away. It's now at full capacity. I think I'm right in saying though that you're going to change the configuration downstairs because the hot desking where I've just done a meeting isn't as popular as say the offices. So what else are you doing to this site?
So yeah, you're right, and there are challenges, and rightly we get held to account of people saying if you made the right decision. COVID in some ways made it more challenging as people weren't based in offices for 2 years just after the building had opened. The hot desking, we still get inquiries around, people like it, but actually the reality is the world's changed somewhat and we have got far greater demand for office space. That's from businesses wanting to move in structures, but actually also for businesses who are already here wanting to expand. So what we're doing at the moment is we're creating additional office space which is more dedicated for businesses to be able to move in. So we've started that work and we'll be carrying on over the next few months.
We touched on the previous panel when we looked at land and assets. There's a huge amount of demand, there's just not enough land for it as well. We did touch on it, Strawberry Meadows Business Park, which is, I think that one over there, is that right?
Okay. It's a bit just out that corner where the steelworks have gone up over the last few months. So I've got to remember it's called Strawberry Meadows now, but its working title has been Alka Lane, which is just where it's based. That's going to be light industrial, which is something that Chorley really lacks at the moment. We've got a lot of inquiries already in for people wanting to move into those units, and it's something that the council had the land, and sometimes we take action to bring it forward.
In my 6 years as editor of the Chorley Guardian, the two subjects that most annoyed local residents, that's reflected in the editor's letters. The first one was dog turd, always a big thing, and the second one was development on greenbelt land. You ever got a situation where you had dog turd on greenbelt land, you had a riot on your hands as well. So the simple solution to the problem of a lack of land would be to build on greenbelt land. Very difficult, especially for elected officials, to allow that to happen. How big an issue is that for you?
It's huge. So we're in the throes of refreshing the local plan. We work, Chorley and South Ribble work together, but we also work with Preston across the Central Lancashire sub-region in developing our local plan. In essence, what that is us looking at all of the land that is available, landowners and others put it forward, and then we have to go through the various hoops of the National Planning Policy Framework to work out how it can be allocated. The reality is it's a really, really difficult balance that has to be struck between building enough houses, making sure you don't get too many houses and you bring forward employment land, and that for Chorley in particular, less so than South Ribble, has been a real challenge over the last 10 years. Houses get built very easily, employment land wasn't necessarily coming forward, and then also protecting what people like about the area and what people like about Chorley and South Ribble is the fact it's not a city centre.
Yeah, I've just been taken back actually to my one of my favourite Lindsay Hoyle, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, stories, and it was I was walking the streets of Chorley with him. I was outside his office in the centre of Chorley, and he saw a fairly what we described as rough and ready young man walking a dog, and the dog was a great big dump in the middle of Chorley, and he shouted out with his strong accent, "Is that your dog?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, that's it, such and such as well. Clear it up." I always think of that, he's still clearing up mess now, but this time in the House of Commons as well. I mentioned earlier about the QD strategic development site. Mentioned it a couple of times. It's quite a thorny issue as well. Obviously, it's owned by Lancashire County Council. It's not a South Ribble, even though it's in South Ribble. Where are we with that? Because IKEA pulled the plug 2018.
Yeah, and you heard from Paul, leader of South Ribble Council before, and I think it's difficult to underestimate his frustration that he knows this is a very large strategic site within his borough that he views as very important in terms of economic development and wants to bring it forward. Our understanding is that the County Council is currently working on options and developing its model for how it thinks it should be developed. We understand that they're making progress on that, but as the Borough Council, we haven't got huge amounts of detail about what that will look like at the moment.
Being net zero, we've just spoken about COP26. It's a big issue at the moment. Lots of local authorities are making pledges as to when they want to be net zero by. I think Greater Manchester wants to be net zero by 2038, if my memory serves me correct. Chorley Council and South Ribble Council want to be net zero by 2030. Okay, easy words. How are you going to make it happen, Chris?
And they're not necessarily even easy words, but I think what the councils wanted to do when they made those declarations was really put a real statement of intent. We still do view that that the council have a really important role to play in terms of community leadership and taking a stand on big and difficult issues. Our concentration over the last few years is actually understanding our carbon footprints, understanding how does what we do affect the environment, also understanding how climate change affects our communities. So there's lots of work that both councils are doing around decarbonising our operations. So that includes how do we generate energy, solar panels, how do we reduce the amount of energy we're using. We are fortunate that we can access decarbonisation funds from the government. We have to bid to them. We're currently in the process of doing that. The council also know how to look at how do we mitigate the impacts of climate change. You go back a few years, Chorley Council made what was a relatively big decision to provide a significant amount of funding for a flood remediation scheme just outside Croston, which spent quite a lot of various Christmases and winters under significant amounts of water. Chorley Council doesn't have direct responsibility for that, but it was something that we realised was going to continue to affect our residents, and so the decision was made that we support the Environment Agency in that mitigation.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is Phil the pages of the Chorley Guardian from about November to about February. The problem is it used to be like a 1 month period of the year, but such as climate change, it's a 2, 3, 4 months problem, and roads are flooding at far too regular intervals. We just had COP26 as well. How much is tackling the problems of sustainability about driving behavioural change, and how much of that has to come from the government as well?
It is about behavioural change, and it's about people changing the way in which they live their lives. We've just seen through the pandemic that actually that people can adjust their behaviours if they have really clear leadership and they have the issues explained to them. People aren't stupid and they understand the issues, they also understand the compromises that need to happen. And I think the views of both councils is that actually that's why they made the declaration from the council point of view, but actually a big part of that is lobbying government to say we need support, and particularly in areas of the north, we need greater levels of support. You can't expect people to use public transport if the public transport isn't either there at all or isn't at all appropriate. And so there is a big role for us to play in lobbying the government to make sure that making changes to try and address climate change doesn't undermine economic growth, and economic growth is able to make those changes that we need to make.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. I'm going to come to Stacey Turner, CG professional. As I mentioned in the first panel, that we wanted to make sure we heard the voice of business, even though I'm not going to ask you 20 questions about sustainability unless you want me to. Clearly, I'm going to touch on it a little bit, but you're a fast-growing business. You started, you didn't start that long ago, actually, only in 2018. You've already got 35 staff, turning over £2 million. Just tell us what CG Professional does.
It's not in the name, unfortunately. But in short, we're a commercial
social law firm. Relatively young business, so we only founded in 2017. And founded by city trained lawyers. The primary ambition really of just delivering excellent client service. That's our sort of number one priority. And we just saw a gap in the market for a firm of our calibre that was just based outside of the city without the city overhead. So we've done it a little bit differently to our competitors in reality, in that our head office is here in Chorley, and we've got a satellite office in the city. So it just keeps cost sensible without compromising on the quality.
So can everyone hear? Okay. If not, I'll send Aaron Anthony I'll send him in on his white charger. You guys want to bring that a bit closer, even though everyone wants to see Aaron Anthony charging forward again. I mean, you are exactly right. I mean, there's a bit of trick there, a bit of common sense. In terms of why spend as much on, office space in Manchester when you can get the same office space a lot cheaper in Chorley. Why, other than money, why did you decide to base the business in? Because you are smack bang in the middle of Chorley. Yeah. Why didn't you decide to base it, on the, in the M60?
Well, primarily we've got family roots here in Chorley, so I live locally. But I think it's the fact that, Chorley Council, the supporting of entrepreneurs, we've got a fantastic working relationship with the council. We've got clients that are based locally that are very fierce and loyal as well, so they were really pleased when they saw that we were willing to invest in the town and commit to the town. So, really benefited there. I think a big part as well is that, I know it's a bit, it's a bit sort of corny, but, that term gateway to the north, Chorley is so accessible. For us, we're so close to so many places. It's massively helps recruitment. Clients can be with us a lot easier than they would if they were having to travel to Manchester or Liverpool or even Preston. It's so much more accessible.
I think people want the immediacy of going to places now, work or leisure or whatever. They're not willing to travel as much. And people don't want to be stuck on the M61 at the bottom of Sinister Island every morning. I know I never did. It's not stopped you getting some big clients. I mean, I think Everton Football Club were a big client of yours, and also Boots as well.
Yeah. It's great. We've got some really sort of good household names in our client books, which is, fantastic. But at the same time, we work with businesses from, on the driver, SMEs with 3 employees, right through to huge multinationals and everything in between. But for us, it's purely about the relationship. As I said, we focus primarily on client service, and for us, it's got to be mutually beneficial relationship between us and the client, and that's, our priority.
Okay, just imagine you're on a panel sitting next to the Deputy Chief Executive of Chorley Council, okay, and South Ribble Council, and you could say to him, listen, Chris, if that was his name, hypothetically, you need to be doing more of this. What would you think Chorley Council can be doing more? If you've got a good relationship with them, you said as much yourself. Yeah. What could Chris, Deputy Chief Executive of Chorley Council, do better?
Okay, well, we'll have some of your legal work, that would be nice. So that's number one. I think as a business owner, probably, I don't see so much of the putting in touch with other local business owners, because I think more can probably be done to support that keeping it local. And there's so many fantastic businesses right here in Chorley, and I don't see that many events focused purely on Chorley in terms of putting business owners in touch and saying what can you do together and how can you support each other.
Yeah, and one of the happiest times of my life, was when I was the editor of Chorley Guardian, the hardest period of my life as well. But I was a big champion for Chorley, and remain a big champion for Chorley and South Ribble because I live between the two as well. And there are so many great businesses. We've heard from about 5 or 6 of them today, as well. Just as a quick chat with Matthew Pickles from First Investments, who just attended, as well. And there's so many great businesses with a huge collective GDP, huge growth, massive turnover between them. In terms of how COVID has affected your business and businesses generally, those of your clients, how has it changed?
I think for CG, for us, if I'm being entirely honest, not so much really. A very modern young business, so we're very lucky that our culture has always been very agile, very flexible, very digitally focused. So when the pandemic hit, for us, it's quite a simple transition. And our focus has always been sort of delivering anytime, anywhere, and that really served our clients well during lockdown and continues to serve us well now. in terms of clients we work with, well, it was just from one extreme to the other, wasn't it? I had one client that owned a chain of hotels, and they were literally on their knees for months and months and months. Whereas the alternative, I've got a client that grows sort of fresh fruit, out, locally, and they just couldn't produce fast enough. Their supermarkets literally lined up to buy their produce, and they literally could not grow the food quick enough. So I had both extremes. But some businesses have done extremely well out of it.
You should partner round table early on in the pandemic, and you said to me 90% of your calls are around furlough and furlough ending and employment law and this and the other. Okay, we're not out of the pandemic, it's just a different phase of it. Yeah. How would you describe things at the moment? How are we?
In terms of what I've seen, there's a huge amount of growth. Our corporate teams that seem to handle sort of mergers, acquisitions of businesses, they literally are turning work away at the moment. It's so busy, and there's just this real huge appetite, I think, now to capitalise on the growth and seize opportunity for a lot of industries and businesses.
In terms of this panel is around sustainability, business for good, etc., climate change. What's your approach to flexible working? Because clearly, when staff travelling to work, they are, obviously adding to the miles, the carbon miles. What's your approach?
So we give our teams sort of freedom of choice. So it's totally personal choice in terms of where the team choose to work. We do see value in still having an office function, an office space, because I think collaboration does suffer if you're totally based remotely. And our sort of younger staff, trainees particularly, they need to be surrounded and sort of mentored. I think physically this is important. But in terms of travel, I think COVID generally has massively changed and will continue to impact on the need to travel. And I've even thought sometimes I only live 6 miles down the road, but I just thought, what's the point of me sitting, driving in? I can do exactly the same job right from here.
I think though, is that, I don't know how many days you work in the office and how many days you work at home, but if you work from home too many days, it loses its novelty. And the idea of, and actually the problems of home, you can sort of park, can't you, when you go to work a little bit, the sort of domesticity that we all try and run away from. I know I certainly do. So we're going to come to Rachel McQueen, CEO of Marketing Lancashire. I've got a couple of other questions to ask you afterwards, Stacey, if I may. Rachel, in your spare time, you're a big Formula One fan, aren't you? I think you've been to 5 Grand Prix races as well. No. Actually, if you come down to Chorley at about midnight on Friday, there's normally a Grand Prix going on around the. No, only joking. So your job is to promote Lancashire as a place to live, study, work, and visit. How do you describe Lancashire right now?
How do you describe Lancashire right now? I think it's got a massive amount of opportunity really coming out of COVID with all the work that everybody's been talking about here at the moment. I think that being a county that is kind of 80% rural, coast and countryside, as well as with urban centres, that have everything that people now need, and people wanting to stay closer to home and live somewhere that's got kind of that opportunity on their doorstep for outside living, that green environment as well. I think that there's a huge growth opportunity for Lancashire, and I think that actually really now is the time to capitalise on that.
So I'm going to ask you about a couple of real sustainability questions, because that's the subject title of the panel, but this is a bit of a smorgasbord of other subjects as well. COVID being one. Obviously, tourism took a massive hit in Lancashire and everywhere else. We heard earlier, from Alpha Travel, which is a travel business, as the name suggests. How has COVID affected tourism numbers in Lancashire? How is it bouncing back?
Yeah, we did our team research last year for 2020, which is how we count the visitor numbers. In 2019, we were up at 67 million landfall, and that's taken a massive hit, obviously, in 2020, which started at 65% reduction. And Lancashire, unfortunately, was under kind of increased restrictions for quite a period of the pandemic last year. Businesses have, since we were able to move out again early summer this year, come back well in Lancashire, and I think that's because of their resilience, the innovation that they were able to put in. A lot of businesses did a lot of work whilst they were even shut to change their offer and make sure that they were able to welcome people back safely when it was ready to do so. And we've been able to take some benefit from that domestic tourism. Really, people weren't able to travel before they wanted to escape and have a
holiday closer to home, and they look to places like Lancashire that they may not have considered previously. So that's been a real benefit, and I think our businesses have worked really hard to make that a really good experience for people, so that they hopefully won't just have it as a short-term impact, but a longer-term opportunity. And it's critical that that happens, because one good summer doesn't make up for 18 months of impact on these businesses. Skills and recruitment issues, I know skills was the first panel, but for that industry it's really hard at the moment. Kind of pandemic impacted by Brexit as well, so that's not helping. But I think looking ahead, I hope that there's a really bright future for those businesses, because they have really hunkered down and dug in and worked hard to make sure that they've come out the other side.
Our MP, the Speaker of House of Commons, recently hosted the G7 summit. That's Ashley Hall, attended by Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the US House of Representatives. I thought it was a great idea. It would have been great to have got an invite, but can't get everything in life. Sure, there were limited numbers, but how important is it, do you think, for somewhere like Chorley and South Ribble to put on these really marquee events? We're not suggesting Glastonbury in Astley Park, but how important is it to have these high-profile events to bring people into Chorley and South Ribble and Lancashire?
It is. I mean, that kind of profile, you really can't buy that. I mean, Chorley and South Ribble put on great events throughout the season, so the Chorley Flower Show being a fine example of that. But something like the G7 Speakers Summit just gives a whole different audience to Chorley, to Lancashire, and to the benefits that this place has. I mean, Granada reports broadcast from Astley Hall on that Friday evening for the entire show. I mean, the weather was fantastic, and it was just, Astley Hall was amazing. What a great showcase to show to the rest of the country, but then also these international visitors as well. So there's a direct economic impact for people who just physically came. That wider kind of reflective benefit, if you like, of having such a great showcase. And obviously, Celine's is an amazing advocate for Chorley and Lancashire. I mean, you can't stop telling people about how amazing it is. There's a chance for him to come here and bring those international delegates here and show them firsthand and show that warm Lancashire welcome that we always give so well as well. I think it was priceless, and it's just a great opportunity for us to have.
Looking at your website, okay, so I'm going to see whether you read your website like I do. I don't know if I'm I'm hearing a bit of repeat, hearing my voice isn't great, but how many miles of coastline has Lancashire got?
137.
137. You are exactly correct as well. I don't know. He's changed his walk, have you noticed that? The ridicule was too much.
It's technician's walk.
That's a technician's walk now. Okay, you should have seen it earlier. I wish we did get it on there actually. You'll be trending all over now. Don't you worry, I'll make sure we tell the world. Eden Project. I visited the Eden Project down in Cornwall this year, and it was really impressive. Not sure it's as impressive as I thought it was going to be. It was just really hot in that micro bubble. But do you think the Eden Project in Morecambe, which is the spin-off of the Eden Project in Cornwall, do you think that could be a game changer? Do you think that will drive the sustainability agenda by getting kids and young people and people of my age talking about sustainability and climate change?
Yeah, I hope so. And it's a really, very much part of their mission, and they are looking at a number of international opportunities, Eden, but they very much see one here in Lancashire and in Morecambe, and I think that's a great opportunity, not just for Lancashire and the North West, but actually the whole of the North. They are very keen to make that engagement with the local communities, as well as to attract people in from further afield, and to have that conversation about climate change and those debates and sustainability and being there on the coast and coastal erosion, all those sorts of issues that are needed to be addressed. But to do that they class themselves as storytellers, and I think that's quite key, because kind of conferences like COP can feel a little bit, if not corporate, then you don't feel that they're very accessible as individuals necessarily. But somewhere like Eden, I think, should give the opportunity to really have those conversations at a level that will engage everybody.
Well, we're going to hear from Sarah Kempin there, Lancashire Enterprise Partnership. She was at COP as well, COP26. So I think you're right. It's about how do we excite young people into, and how do we excite the population? And the Eden Project in Morecambe is one way of doing it. They're fantastic. There was one of the projects that people might not know about, the Linear Park Project, which is looking to regenerate the leaves that will come out through Lancashire as well. Just tell us about that.
Yes, that's a cultural project, and it's set up by Super Slow Way, so it's about connecting the communities back with the canal network. It's not just true of canals, but rivers as well. I think historically we turned our backs on them a little bit, and we need to open access to them for all sorts of health and well-being reasons, as well as to
celebrate them as a key part of our culture. I mean, they're a massive part of our history, aren't they, canals, in terms of the Industrial Revolution. But that Linear Park project has got some feasibility funds at the moment. I think it's got some great potential to celebrate culture along that canal project. And they're just a really interesting organisation. I mean, they've been growing their own flax to weave their own denim to make truly sustainable textiles in Lancashire as well, so trying to test that out as a project. So I think there's loads of things going on like that in Lancashire that we don't tell people about enough. And so yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So.
What would if you found yourself in a room with somebody from Yorkshire, what would you say?
Lancashire's much better.
Exactly. Okay. Which brings me neatly on to Rob Sims, Elite Group. Rob, are you still living in Yorkshire?
No, I'm in Hudson now.
Oh, right, okay. But you were from Yorkshire.
I have lived there.
Okay. Your story is incredible because you're the CEO of Elite Group, okay, which is just up the road there in Buxall Village. It's set up by Mr. Newey, well-known entrepreneur. But your story is remarkable because when you lived in Yorkshire, and you ran a business called Nexus Telecommunications. You sold it to Elite Telecom, and then Mr. Newey persuaded you, despite the fact you picked up a hefty cheque from him, to come back as a modest amount. To come back, well, you're from Yorkshire, so modest means different things to different people. So he persuaded you to become a CEO of Elite Telecom over here as well. What happened?
I guess it's a testament to my poor negotiating skills and his good negotiating skills. So I've been in the industry quite some time, long enough to be fortunately called a veteran, which is a posh way of saying that your future's all behind you. And I decided that I'd had enough. I was going to take a break. I was going to do something else. I did live over the other side of the time. I was going to do it. I thought I was going to get into property development and just do something completely different. Part of the transition, part of the sale process was I was doing a 6-month handover, transferred the business into Elite, into the Chorley office, and then I was off to my new future. So Julie did the 6 months, went over to meet with Matt for what I thought was my thank you and goodbye, which very quickly turned into some form of Jedi type session, which at the end of it I walked out and agreed to be Group CEO and take on the role of transforming the business from telecommunications to technology. So yeah, he's quite a persuasive guy.
He is.
In my defence, it is a very good business. And more importantly, it's some really, really good people. That's really good.
One of the things you've been here all day today, so you've seen it, we've heard from great businesses, Rocks, 4 million turnover, Alpha Travel, 45 million turnover. They can't judge a company just by its turnover because it depends what your bottom line is as well. But just tell us what Elite Group is and just give us the size of the scale of their business in terms of number of staff and turnover.
Okay, yeah. So we're about 45 million revenue. There's about 220 people now, 250, 220 people. We operate in 3 offices. The main office, as Chris said, is just down in Buckshall. There's about 170 people work out there. In terms of profitability, we're about 7 or 8 million EBITDA, so we're pretty good in terms of our market positioning. What we do, we're a business-to-business communications and technology house. Where do we work? Everyone from Soho through to multinational organisations. Our sweet spot, however, is the 250 size of business, SME 250. What really is the art of the business? Well, we position ourselves as we help businesses use technology to improve their businesses. So, gone are the days of how much is that? It's 10 quid, I'll do it for 9. Our world's very much turned into a what are you trying to do in your business? How are you trying to take it forward? What are you trying to overcome or achieve? And we'll take technology and put that together. So whether it be communications, whether it be technology, whether it be software, whether it be mobile, or increasingly a combination of those factors to create a solution for a business. Very simple terms, if you think of what BT, a Vodafone, a Microsoft do, well, we do all that. I'd like to think we do it better, we certainly do it more focused, and we bring it in a way that, as I say, works for organisations, not just a price-based.
And in terms of fact that you've got your head office in Chorley, you employ 170 people just up the road there, like you mentioned before. Why did Matt base himself in Chorley for?
He's a very shrewd guy. I guess a combination of factors. We've been at Bookshop for 14 years. Some of the things that have been said today are actually spot on in terms of access to the motorway network. There's a good catchment area for people that want to get into technology and into comms. There's an attraction for people who want to stay local, yet get into the type of industry that we're in. Don't want to slog into Manchester or slog into Liverpool, and really want to sort of enjoy living and working in a really nice part of the world.
Just huge phrase, you said it's Bob on. You're next to Bob in, aren't you?
That's the other one.
Which is where I take Mrs. M for those romantic meals that she likes so much. Was there only yesterday, actually. So, in terms of, you did a staff survey, you talked about the impact of COVID, and you asked them how many days they wanted to come back to work and how many days they wanted to work from home as well. What were the findings of that?
We've actually done, I guess, over the last 18, 19 months, we've done 5 surveys. Interestingly, we've been pretty set all the way through. We've had a small minority of people who have consistently said, please let me back in the office 5 days a week. We've had another small minority who have said, please let me work at home 5 days a week. Around about 75 to 80%, again consistently, pretty much on that, every poll we've done, have said, can we have some flexible working? Can we work from the office a couple of days? Can we work from home 3 days and 2 days? Can we mix it up? And that's the method we've adopted. So back everybody, we had to shut down to everybody on lockdown 1. We've done a very gradual phase back through 2 and 3, and we're now operating either a combination of some people in 2 days 1 week and 3 days the next week. We do provide flexibility, so not being rigid on you have to come in on Monday or have to come in on Wednesday, but we do want people in. Someone mentioned earlier, it's the collaboration. Teams is great, Zoom is great, we can be very productive. It also can take away one phrase that someone used to me at the height of lockdown was, we've gone from working at home to living at work. And I think that was very true for an awful lot of people. So it is having that balance in there now. When we brought people back into the office, there's still some good people that only just coming back into the office for lots of different personal reasons. What we say to them for the first couple of days is, you're not coming to work, you're coming to go and have a chat, have a coffee, meet new colleagues, because we're recruited through the period as well. To get yourself back into a safe work environment and then start to pick up work. It's a very, very difficult for doing.
In terms of a couple of questions, in terms of sustainability, because obviously this panel is about sustainability. But obviously by working from home 2 or 3 days a week, you do improve your sustainability. How important is sustainability as a business like yours? You know, how much of a priority is it? How much can you do? How much do you do? Could you do more?
I think the truth is, yes, we could do more. I think most people in the room would say we could do more. We have been looking at things for a period of time. So obviously, we sell technology that allows home working and flexibility. We've adopted that ourselves. We've pushed a new type of product set, which we're working, we've changed some of our supply groups, and we're working quite tightly with our supply groups, where we're going through carbon reducing in some instances carbon neutral products. I was actually at a conference last week, an industry conference, but one of the really interesting facts that came out was the switch from a traditional copper-based network, which is probably what the old UK network was, to the new coming fibre network, uses 90% less energy, and it has like 90% less footprint in terms of the country. Again, things like that we've started to be at the forefront and take through. We've also done things from a staffing perspective in terms of, let's say, the introduction of flexible working. We've gone to paperless office as much as you can do. At the moment, we've changed the way we do our ordering. All that's online, so there's a reduced footprint that way as well. And we've put some incentive schemes, which are sort of corporate and social responsibility schemes, but we're aiming to a green agenda. So one of our offices, I think it was about 2.5 months ago, the guys went out for, it's supposed to be an afternoon, it took quite a bit longer, and they planted 500 trees. So we're doing lots of little things. I think for a business like us, that's the key to it. In our industry at the moment, there are no silver bullets. There's no one thing that can change things in a major way, but lots of little things add up to make a big thing.
That's the first panel was looking at recruitment and skills. How big an issue is recruitment for you?
I think the biggest thing that we've seen from a recruitment perspective is, I talked about some of the attractions of working in Chorley. People don't want to go to Manchester or Liverpool and have a commute. What lockdown and the introduction of flexible home working has introduced that we're no longer competing with a Preston or a local area or a Manchester. We're now competing with London or Birmingham. We're competing on an international scale where we've had people that have been with us, happy with us, got used to working at home because it's the home life better than the commute. And they've actually been poached to, in some instances, companies in London, in some instances, international businesses, where they're now saying, you don't need to come in at all. You can do everything you do it. Again, we've had the sort of reverse situation where there's a higher cost of living in London, we all know that, but we've got London businesses paying London rates to people based in Chorley, and they don't have to move because you've got flexible working. So that's a big difference and one we're having to come to terms with. I think if we hadn't adopted or proactively adopted a flexible working, I think we'd have lost more people. And we've certainly, from an interview process, very early on at the end of lockdown, we had 2 or 3 people, it was actually 1 week, where good people like business, we'd offered the role, they said thank you, but if you don't allow us to work from home full time, which we weren't doing at that point, we're not doing it because we've got an alternative offer that will. So I think it's just a very different market, and it's quite a tough one. It's our biggest challenge, it's a big challenge.
Okay, and that's we touched on everybody else as well. Thank you very much for that, Chair. Sarah Camp, the Chief Executive of Lancashire Local Enterprise Partnership. You've been CEO of Lancashire AP for 18 months, which has coincided with the pandemic. The time couldn't have been worse, I don't suppose. If you were giving a health report now for the Lancashire business sector, now that you're able to get out and about much more, how would you describe it?
I think if you look across the business sector at the highest level, you see that we're on an upward trajectory, heading back to where we were pre-pandemic levels, but of course that hides the reality of different sectors and different places. There's been winners and losers. We've had certain sectors, Rachel was talking about the digital economy sector, that has really been on its knees for months, and we've had other sectors like the nuclear sector, which was barely impacted by the pandemic. Didn't need to furlough any staff, that didn't lose any businesses, maybe took a bit of a hit on revenues. So I think it's a really mixed picture at the moment. And I think what we're seeing at the moment as well is businesses going into cycles at the moment between making decisions about recovery and growth and back into crisis management. So, for example, with the Brexit, most businesses kind of got to grips with where they were staff-wise, those that applied for second status, but then stayed to that went home on furlough during the pandemic and haven't come back. And then we've got all the issues of inflation, of energy prices increasing, lack of HGV drivers. So there's this constant cycle at the moment of unplanned events that's taken them back into crisis management and not focusing on recovery and growth. So I think it's a mixed picture, but I think overall it's heading in the right direction.
It feels to me like, we're on an upward trajectory, but it's fragile. Like you say, it's like there's always something around the corner, fears of another lockdown, etc., etc. And it's the uncertainty that the last 2 years have bred. How difficult have you found it as a new CEO in Lancashire? And Lancashire is an interesting county. It's fragmented. It's got, I think, 15 local authorities. They don't always agree. You'll be far too technical to talk about that. But how easy or difficult have you found it to reach those areas of Lancashire to try to, build those relationships?
Well, I think like everybody who's not been on the front line of delivering services during the pandemic, most of I've been living at work, using Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and that has, there's
there's some value to that in terms of we're kind of more productive as an organisation. But for myself personally, I find that quite limiting. So I like to see people in their own environments. You know, I learn more about their businesses by seeing what they're doing, by physically being there. You know, it's all those additional layers of information you take in when you're out and about travelling and you see, you know, different contexts, different places that you've only heard the names of. So, you know, in some ways it's been challenging for me personally just to build up that knowledge of what's going on in all four corners of Lancashire. But now we're out and about again, I'm catching up to the things I can.
Okay, we spoke last week actually before COP26, and we were talking about the the new digital, the new cyber centre, which is going to be based out of Salisbury. Expected to employ thousands of people, thousands of cyber experts. How much of a game changer is that going to be? And if we tap into the first panel, which was around skills and recruitment, you know, are those cyber experts going to come locally, or are they going to be recruited from across the UK?
I think it's going to be a mix of both. So I think there will be national.
I think that we need a technician. That's what we need.
What's battery got? Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Steady. Go back in the stable.
It is going to be a mix because what the National Cyber Force is a new organisation which is a marriage between the MOD and between GCHQ. So there will be an element of military personnel working in the new Cyber Force, and they will come from where they've been told to come from, and move here and take up jobs here. That's what they need to do. But I still think there'll be very significant numbers of civilian jobs as well. So kind of great opportunity. And this isn't all going to happen next month. This is a 10-year trajectory in terms of setting up the organisation. So we've got time to start to develop skill sets in the local population. We've got time to start to develop the curriculum that's going to be needed and make sure that that's up and running and that we've got a flow through of students in there. But in terms of you asked me about how significant it was and its impact, I think every now and again, particularly when you come out of something that we just come out with, that sort of compounded effect of Brexit and the pandemic, sometimes you just need a once-in-a-generation investment decision that really shifts the dial. And when I think about NCF and what NCF means, I think about some of the challenges that Lancashire has as a whole. So, for example, our employment rate is 76%, which means that of those who are economically active, three out of 4 are working, which is quite low. And I think when you start to break that down to certain communities and certain places, the picture gets worse, but it also gets better in other places as well. But in terms of what's known as business density, so for every 5 working age population, every 5 working age population, we only have 4 jobs at the moment. So when you have an investment of this type that's aimed to create 2,000 jobs, it will shift the dial. And we know because of work done recently, there's about 130,000 people in Lancashire with skills they can't find jobs for. We know we've got about 80,000 people leaving Lancashire to go to work in other places. So NCF will be a good employer. They'll be an employer that embraces diversity because that's really important to them. So they'll tap into not just the traditional academic routes, but they'll want to tap into communities through very different non-traditional routes because they're looking for people who think differently, people who understand diversity, people who resolve problems differently. They will deliver a lot of in-work training, in-work career progression, pay fair wages. So I think something of this scale and nature will shift the dial significantly.
There's a statistic that you just mentioned that I want to pick you up on. So at the moment, there's 1.2 million job vacancies in the UK, which is a record. And are we saying that for every 4 people in Lancashire who are of an age and able to work, only 3 of them are?
That's our employment rate at the moment, yes. The good news is it's actually growing, and it's been on a reasonable growth trajectory for the last few years. So that's great that it's improving. But what we need to make sure is that there isn't a ceiling imposed because there are just not enough jobs as that employment rate actually grows.
If there's one benefit of COVID, and there aren't really any, but if there was one, it would be it's got people talking about Brexit all the time. So I remember hosting an event in Blackburn before Brexit, and there was 120 business people in the room, and I said, how many people in favour of Brexit? And 2 hands went up, and even the people who sit on the fence, pretty much it was everybody else was against Brexit. That seemed to be a very much a business decision. Now, obviously, Brexit went through. No complaints about that at all. But is Brexit still an issue? Is it, how big an issue is it when you're speaking to companies?
In my experience, it's not talked about as much as it was, but it's still an issue. I think the timing of the pandemic kind of demanded attention on more immediate urgent issues in the business. I think Brexit is still an issue, particularly in terms of that ability to tap into the workforce with the skills that are needed. I think that's a huge issue at the moment, and I think businesses are sort of welcoming government's announcements about short-term immigration visas, but need to understand how that's going to work out and whether 3 months will actually make a difference. I think supply chains are still clunky in lots of places, and still, businesses still trying to work their way through the red tape that involves. And I think that, some of the promises about global opportunities, market opportunities, haven't materialised yet, but they will flow through, I'm sure. So I think it's still an issue, but I don't think it's talked about as much as it was. And in fact, we've got a set of 6 sector groups that we set up at the start of the pandemic. And one of them in particular, food and agriculture, very, very concerned about Brexit. And the only group that was actually saying, pandemic, we've done what we need to do, we just have to live with the way we've been set up to work now. Brexit's the one that really worries us. But actually Brexit came and went, and the very first time they met after Brexit, they said at that point, can we stop talking about Brexit now? We want to look forward now, it's behind us. We just want to deal with what's immediately here. Thank you. We just want to deal with what's immediately here now and look for those global opportunities to build back our businesses and grow strong again.
What you saw there was collaboration at its very best.
You can't do that with working.
Can't do that working virtually. No, absolutely not. Just final question, actually, before I come to James Newell, is you created 6 leadership groups. Just can you tell us what they are and why you've done it for?
Yeah, so there are 6 sector groups that represent large employment sectors within Lancashire. So we've got one in health, one in digital, one in food and agriculture, one in energy and low carbon technologies, one in tourism, visitor economy, and one in manufacturing. It was always the intention to set these groups up anyway, but they're comprised predominantly of business leaders, and we try to make sure that they represent all the subsectors of their sector, and that there's a geographic spread across the whole of Lancashire, so they're a truly representative group. And initially when we set them up, because we were right at the start of the pandemic, they were really very much focused on what phase did they think they were in as a sector. By their own categorisation, they decided they were either in survival mode, they were stabilising, in recovery, or in growth. So they were characterising where they were in that journey out, as it were, and they were all in different places, and they all moved through that at different speeds, and some are still where they were 18 months ago to some extent. It was about identifying also the opportunities and challenges of what needs to happen in each of those phases to help them move on to the next stage. So as each one kind of completes its work, I have to say that we're more focused on growth now than we are on dealing with the immediate and the urgent. But each one will publish its own sector plan, which sets out, what they think the big ambition and opportunities for Lancashire, but what do we need to do to realise that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharon. Last but not least, anybody who thought boilers were boring is going to have their mind changed by what they're going to have their mind blown away by what we're going to hear from James Newell. James, you're at BDR Thermia Group, but most people won't be familiar with that name, or at least not as familiar as the name Baxi. Just explain the relationship between the two.
So BDR Thermia Group, fantastic company to work for. They provide heating solutions into the market. They are a £2 billion business, which surprises quite a lot of people when you bring Baxi boilers into it. It's quite a large business. Baxi as a whole, and as part of that business, they are on a trajectory for £1 billion in the next 10 years as a single site, which is a Bamber Bridge, so a significant employer in the area and supporting the local economy as well. We have
a billion generation site from Baxi's Bamber Bridge site
that will be coming out of there. That's our forecast for the next 10 years. So when we talk about growth, that is what our challenge is, that site.
Amazing.
So it's been there for in and around Bamber Bridge for around 150 years, heritage, and it's just pushing the same side of the world.
It's a huge company. I mean, people associate Baxi with just boilers. I've got a good friend of mine who absolutely loves fixing boilers. That's what he does in his spare time. He lives in Burnley. Enough said. You do a lot more than just boilers, though, don't you?
Of course, we've got a portfolio of leading brands. Again, we're in the heating business, so everything from small water heaters right through to what you're familiar with in your houses, so the Baxi boiler. We have lots of brands as well. It's not just the Baxi brand. We have Optus, Main as a brand as well. So these are the products that you're familiar with in your homes, the common boilers, system boilers for the large houses, right to the plant rooms that support hospitals, prisons, and things like that. So we do everything from small right through to the very large and complex systems.
This is about sustainability and about the green agenda. Now, some panellists are much more relevant to that than others, so I'm not going to labour the point by speaking to people about sustainability like a CG professional, but it's right up your street. And I hadn't realised until I started doing some research, you'll know all these figures. Heating accounts for 40% of the UK's greenhouse gas emissions. For the UK to meet its target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050, the government is proposing to ban gas boilers in all homes by 2025. I hadn't realised that. Can you tell us about some of the work that you're doing around hydrogen boilers, air source heat pumps, and heat networks? So your new MD's come in, and she has basically said, because obviously there's this movement towards environmentally friendly initiatives and boilers. This is the way to go, and you're at the charge of that, aren't you?
Absolutely. There's three technologies that we're backing. So we don't see it as one solution. So you've got hydrogen as an option, you've got your air source heat pumps, and then you've also got your heat networks. So hydrogen boilers will be perfect for this region and surrounding areas. A lot of the housing in the UK housing stock is rated C and D in terms of energy efficiency. Air source heat pumps, they really need A rating. They need to be right up there in terms of the efficiency of the houses. So air source heat pump is one option, but they're really targeted at the new build sector. And then you've got your hydrogen boiler. So in having a combination boiler or system boiler, that's what we'd be likely to swap out. So something that's similar to what you see today in terms of size, performance, efficiency. People are familiar with those boilers, and then heat networks is a central point where a central heating source that will do apartments or large buildings or let's say a barrack estate. They'll have a central heating source, and then you have a heat interface unit inside the property, and you'll pay for what you use outside of that.
I've got a gas boiler. I think 25 million others have got a gas boiler as well. So hydrogen boilers are the future. You're currently doing trials, aren't you, on hydrogen boilers? You can't just, much as you might want to, rip out 25 million gas boilers because the hydrogen boilers are still undergoing trials, aren't they?
Absolutely. We're doing a lot of work with government. So there's been some major work streams. You've got Highly Point, which is looking at introducing 20% hydrogen into the gas network. And their study has proven that if that happens, I think it equates to something like 2.5 million cars off the road. So if they inject 20% into the network now, the current appliances, what you've got in your houses, I believe that they'll be able to cope with 20% hydrogen going into the system. Can the network cope with it? That's a different challenge. In terms of the products at the end of the line, they can cope. We use 20% hydrogen as uplift gas, and we've got to demonstrate that you can put different, rather than the standard grade of gas, that you can introduce 20% into it. And we tested that anyway, so we know our products can do that. Same with the fire, same with the coverage as well. We've been working with the high peak program, so this is the big one now. For me, this is where we're looking at the big energy transition in terms of about 100% hydrogen into people's homes. So you have a hydrogen ready boiler that can run on natural gas. You'll have that boiler can then run on 20% hydrogen, and then it can transition to 100% hydrogen. So we are doing trials now. We've got one up in Spain, Adam, which is doing the safety case. And then we've got a demonstration house in Longthornley. That is going to lead on to a hydrogen village as a trial, and then from the village it will go on to the town. So by 2030, we should have a town running, or 2 towns running, various closing, and 100% hydrogen.
When we were putting this event together, and we were putting together this particular panel, and somebody recommended you take part in it, they said, what this guy doesn't know about boilers, you can write on the back of a stamp. I believe it. I really do believe it. Absolutely. I think, if you go from gas boilers, which are obviously carbon generating, to hydrogen boilers, which aren't, your engineers are going to have to be upskilled to train, because although there's an overlap, you're going to have to upskill all your engineers and train them. I mean, that must be a huge undertaking for you as a business.
For sure, we've got to retrain people, we've got to retrain the engineers. Most of the engineers, the gas engineers that are out there, they're so familiar with the technology that we've got today. To go to hydrogen, we keep the hydrogen, the natural gas boiler that we've got today from an engineering point of view. They're panicking now, they're hearing gas boilers are going to be banned, there's such heat pumps in the future. So gas engineers are starting to think, hang on, what's my future? But if hydrogen comes through, which I'm betting on, but I'm 100% sure it will, because it will be a parallel approach. To upskill them, it will likely to be an extra addition to their gas safe, as they do for LPG, so you work with natural gas, you work with LPG, and you also work with hydrogen. In terms of our engineers, the R&D chaps that we have around us, it's still gas, so they understand that gas world. So it's not a huge upskill in terms of the research and development side. They're certainly working with components that can work on hydrogen. That's one of our challenges as well.
I just need to remind people before I forget, you'll see on the seats there is a feedback form as well. I know Howard and everybody else are really keen to try and get as much feedback from people as you can, so if you can fill that in. I've got a couple more questions to ask, and I'm going to come to ask Bradley and do a quick Q&A with him. But one of the first panels was about recruitment skills, etc., etc. How easy or difficult do you find it to recruit staff? Bearing in mind, you want to be a £1 billion business, Baxi, by the next 10 years.
So we used to be able to tap into the Eastern European workforce as well. In the area, there's quite a lot that we used to employ. With Brexit, in fact, that resource has been reduced. But we are recruiting heavily, and it is hard. We talked earlier about best kept secrets in terms of businesses. We're probably Preston's best family bridges, best kept secret, as a local employer. We're recruiting now around 50 people. There's 1,000 people, probably heading towards 1,000 people of that size. It's a lot of people. And it is a challenge to get the right people through the door.
I've written an interview with your MD, Karen Boswell. You've partnered with 10 schools near your manufacturing site in Downham Bridge to increase awareness as well. We were talking about how important it is. BAE were talking about how they've created this centre called ASK, which has got like a back cave, a virtual reality back cave. The idea is that they work with schools and colleges, people come in, they're energised by what they see, they want to work in manufacturing. With the best will in the world, how do you make boilers sexy to a 10-year-old?
I'll try. We'll bring them in.
Yeah.
Show them heritage. But for us as a business, engaging the schools, they're going to be the future users. So bringing them in, seeing what it's about, seeing what that energy transition is, they're the ones that are really going to adopt this technology in the future. We're going to push for it now. They're going to be the ones that use it. An 8-year-old son, so he's interested, he wants to know what his future is. So, engaging them early, but within vaccine and the group, there's so many different functions in terms of both from marketing, industrialisation, being out on the road, sales, we cover all the functions, probably not one function I could think of. So as an employer that they can tap into from training, graduate programs, it shows the 10 schools, there's a lot going on at the bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've heard this phrase a lot, best kept secret, I've never realised the scale of Baxi, until this discussion today, and I consider myself reasonably well grounded as well. So before I come over to Mr. Bradley, have you got any questions from the audience that anybody wants to ask this panel? I've got a couple of questions I want to ask as well. In terms of, this isn't a navel gazing exercise. It is, it's what can the council do better? What would help you out as a business as well? We've touched on it a little bit already. But if we were going across the panel, what would you like to see? If you're looking for a good legal firm in Snowdy, I can recommend one name, just over here, Stacey. I've got 10% this week. Especially if it's a pavilion. That's fair, isn't it? That's fair. But what would, as a panel, if we came back here in a year's time, what would make a big change to your business, Rob?
for me, genuinely, more events like today. I've been here all day, genuinely, first thing, even though I was still in the afternoon session. I thoroughly enjoyed today. I found it quite engaging through the piece. I've learned an awful lot about what's around me, and it's made me take away some actions of speak to people around, speak to one short, speak to us, and start working together. And again, taking that to the council and asking them to be a facilitator for this type of event and facilitating cross industry fertilisation.
Okay, no self-interest at all. Who's been the best host today? Okay, no need to say I've already filled your form in for you. Don't worry. What would you say, Sarah, in terms of, obviously, your role covers the whole of Lancashire, so this could be as valid for any local authority in Lancashire as it is for Chorley and South River as well. But what will make a difference? What can the council do that will make a difference?
Well, you're right. Our businesses, Lancashire's businesses. I think devolution would make a big difference. Adding some, certainty and longevity and commitments to policy with cross-party support, that would make a huge difference. And especially, we're talking about sustainability today, but this whole energy and low carbon technology space, that's really important because government's going to have to step in and make some big infrastructure investments. But government needs to do all of it. Business will do it as well as we're seeing, today. But businesses to invest with certainty, they need to understand what the integrated energy plan looks like. They need to understand which bits of it government's going to deliver, and they need to know it's got cross-party support, so it's not all going to change in 6 months' time. So I think that's the big opportunity for Lancashire. It's really around the potential for county deal, the potential of devolution, and being able to make local decisions based on where we've got local strengths, and certainly this sector is one of Lancashire's strengths.
There's a quiz I listened to on Radio 5 Live. If you mention the magic word, the golden word, the buzzer sounds, and mine would be devolution. Right, so we've now mentioned it for the first time, almost finished. I spent a lot of time in Manchester, they've got an elected mayor, spent time in Liverpool, they've got an elected mayor. You just been to COP26. Both Steve Rodman at Liverpool, and Andy Burnham at Manchester have been there as well. No place at the table for a Lancashire elected mayor. You were there as the chief executive of the LEP as well. And that whole devolution is a game changer. Do you think we'll see an elected mayor in Lancashire at any point soon?
I genuinely don't know the answer to that question, and a county deal might not require an elected mayor, so that could be the thing that makes a huge difference. We sat on the same platform with Andy and Steve, so we got the same profile and put out key messages about Lancashire and where's Lancashire's opportunity and what we need to do. But for me, levelling up, so I've worked in Manchester and I've worked in Liverpool, and I know the difference in terms of resources and the capacity. I don't think they have better opportunities than Lancashire. I think Lancashire has some really exciting opportunities, and I say that as someone who's been here for 18 months. But there's too many best kept secrets. There's some phenomenal assets and capabilities here that need to be promoted. But if you are a metro mayor authority, you just have so many more resources to start with. Not least, they've got £900 million in gain share deals. So we're missing out before we start. So we've got the same, but different exciting opportunities. We don't have the same resources as some of the city regions do to invest to make those opportunities become a reality.
This is one of my big bugbears in terms of that. If you look at the way the media has been pared away, especially the local media, and they try their best, they absolutely do, but it's not the investment because it's not the readership. And it gets filled by social media where opinions are reported as facts, and it is a race to the bottom as well. There are so many best kept secrets here in Chorley and South River and Lancashire generally. The thing is, Manchester's a lot better at shouting about them than Lancashire is. And if we don't shout about them, everybody knows about BAE and everybody knows about the new cyber centre. They know about those key ones, but they don't know about 45, £6 million businesses in Chorley or companies like Rock and success stories that like CT Professional. They do, but they just don't know enough of it. I'm not going to come to you, Chris, about what can the council do better, because you'll be looking at yourself and you might want to about a job, and we don't want that. I think it's terrific at what you do. What do you think, James, we need to do? What would help you?
Recruitment, we've discussed, is the obvious one, is bringing people in. Land, we had in the previous session, that's important to us as well, to make that expansion, because we want to, we're going to put the technologies into the UK, we want to build the technologies here, we want to build and assemble them here as part of our life cycle analysis that we want to do. But for us, support the local economy, for us it's use our products and services. You know, we should be using, we provide all the heating solutions, so there's different businesses that we're going to today. From a local point of view, we should be using, you know, Bax's products and services. And if not, we need to understand why.
Yeah, and then obviously by doing that, you reduce the miles, don't you? You know,
Absolutely.
you know, absolutely.
We're responsible to the council before, you know, the schools in the area, the infrastructure that we've got in and around here, we should be using local supply.
You know what I'd like to see, and this is completely random, I'm literally just thought of it right now, but you know the film Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory? Can you imagine if there was a golden boiler where somebody in Chorley and Leyland opened up a chocolate bar and they saw a ticket and then they got a golden boiler and they could come in to Baxi Boiler to get it. Take it to your market, absolutely. You said that with a straight face as well. Thanks very much, James. But you heard it here first, actually. If that takes off. Stacey, what do you want to see?
I think I'd probably agree with Rob. I think it's awareness.
I think you are. I think
it's awareness. I think more events like today, it actually makes me, you know, when I hear about other local businesses, it makes me feel that I don't do enough myself to find out, you know, about who else is, you know, is here in Chorley. But supporting local, buying local, keeping it local. Chorley Council are going to give us all their legal work now, so that's sorted.
Yeah.
You know,
And do you need any land off them as well? We'll sort that out. Yeah. No, you're exactly right though. The thing is that you're on social media, I'm on social media as well. That's not the same as a face-to-face. And we're going to live with this COVID situation for a long time to come. So we have to, you need face-to-face events, you know, but safely, you know, run safely as well. Final word to yourself, Rachel. So it's a big one because you've got a real impact now before we introduce, Councillor Bradley. What do you want to see? What would help you? What would help Lancashire in your view as marketing Lancashire Supremo?
I just think what's in terms of collaboration really, so working together to do more and to achieve more, to make sure that we are telling those stories about best kept secrets so that they're no longer secrets and everybody knows about them. So that would be my wish going forward.
Okay, massive thank you. Put your hands together for our third panel. They're not going to want to see the back of me and you now, Councillor Bradley. So as they make their way to the seats, I'm just going to grab Councillor Bradley for a final Q&A. Completely unscripted now. So I'm going to ask you any question I want. Anybody's got a question they want to ask Councillor Bradley, feel free.
It's just earlier was scripted.
Absolutely, it was. It doesn't just happen. Also, before I forget, I've got a message here. Just announcement at the end. Event for businesses next week. Decarbonise your business. Where to start? Next Thursday, 25th of November, 2:15 for a 1 p.m. start. Free at Strawberry Field. Booking essential. Registration and more details can be found on the Choose Chorley Eventbrite. So you always front up. I mentioned that before. How have you found today? What lessons have you learned? Where do you think you can do better?
I've made a few notes, so I'll refer to those if that's okay, particularly that last session. It's quite obvious, things around, I'll come to devolution later, land and access to land, and everybody in this room got some space on queue there, put his hand up, because it's a no-brainer, that's where you'd want to be. We have had that conversation, particularly Paul and Gary have gone away to sort out some business stuff, which they've had to do today, apologies for them not being here, are pushing the County Council, the new administration of County Council very hard to get something sorted with that site, and I'm supporting them with doing that. It is frustrating and work is ongoing with that, but in local government everything takes twice as long as it should, and trust me, that is very frustrating. I think the other takeaway, so land, Kieran, it's reinforced a lot of the views on, I think we already have today. There's been a few surprises, but not massive surprises, you might not be surprised to know. And therefore, what this has given us is that evidence base to go away and do some things. Robert at the back there has filled a book with notes. I hope it's not all your jokes, Chris. I hope it's what people have been saying. Yeah, because this is the evidence base we need to go and do stuff that we need to do, but also support you guys in doing what you need to do. And I think the other thing is that that's come across today from himself is local knowledge, particularly local knowledge and information, what's going on, who's doing what, talking about best kept secrets. There's more secrets in this room than an episode of EastEnders because nobody knows what everybody else is up to. I think we have a role in doing that because I've also written down that there's experts in this room and there's been some real expertise. That's bit about the boilers was the most I've learned about, the future of heating in this country. The numerous seminars I've attended elsewhere. There's a lot of experts. You're experts. You do what you do, and you're all desperate to do more of it. So what's our role as councils? What should the role of councils be, and what should the role of the devolved Lancashire be? It should be about facilitating that. We can help break down some of those barriers. We also need to have some tough words with government, which we can only do as a collective. And again, some of the stuff around the county deal, which I think Sarah was referring to, is vital that it works, which is why I'm currently chairing the district leaders. I'm not doing it out of choice, it's like herding cats, but it's because I want to see us having a proper conversation with government and going down there and demanding exactly what Liverpool and Manchester and other cities get. Just because we can't agree on who a mayor is going to be shouldn't mean we don't get the money. And the county deal arrangements that Sarah referred to doesn't need an elected mayor, because Lancashire will never agree on an elected mayor because we're all politically different and we just don't get on about everything. But having said that, what ourselves and South Ribble have done over the last 2 years now, by working together, getting half our workforce working together, is showing that councils that in the past have been at each other's throats, in the past have competed with each other, can't work together. And that's why I get, things Stacey said about what you like hearing about. I like hearing about what you're all doing together and what we can do together and how it works. That's quite rewarding. And and the more we can shout about that, because the third thing I wrote down after expert facilitators was ambassadors. I see the people in this room as ambassadors. What can I do in your own little way? Because you're all doing it. It's not something else you have to do, because that's what you say when you ask the question. What do we want to do? What do we want to see? What do we think is great? Or what do we think is a problem? That's what we need. We need those ambassadors. And everywhere I go, in my community and our community, in Chorley, and I suppose South was exactly the same, I don't get in there as often as I used to, is people who want to be ambassadors and who want to shout up, like you said about Lindsay Hoyle before. Chorley's full of people like that, who all want to take a stake in their own town. And the more you empower them to do that, the more they will do. So that's the third strand of it. And the other thing that's come out, and again, communication, I can't think who said it last, but it's about talking to each other. Having sessions like this, and sessions online, and just send us an email if you think of something, and believe it or not, some business people in this community do, just think of random things and send them to me. The MP does it daily. So some people I'm sure can manage it once about a month or once a year. Yeah, you have a bright idea, send it in, we'll put it on the list. 355 of Lindsay's are discount and then 10 go through. But we've got to all do it because we don't have an exclusivity on bright ideas, and if you're saying it, that carries weight. I've had a council meeting tonight to talk about that development over there, and the fact it's costed a bit more money than we originally planned. It always was, because if anybody's in development, they know it always costs a bit more money if you do it properly, if you do it right, and if you take advantage of the market as you go along. But I know I'll get some councillors who know zero about development criticising us for spending more money than we said originally going to do. The fact it's going to make £100,000 a year more for Chorley residents to spend on the things, spend on dog milk, Chris, to quote you, is neither here nor there to those people, because they've got to have some ambition, they've got to have some aspiration for our communities. So all that, more events, we can do events, great. If we can just meet up a bit and have conversations, that's also great. Because there will be challenges come along, but the reassuring thing for me, and I've used it before, 9 years as a leader, I've never been disappointed in any community in Chorley, because every time you give them the chance to do something or say something, they step up to the mark. And my view of today is that you've all stepped up to the mark because you've been straight, you've been honest. Chris has encouraged you because he likes having a bit of a dig, occasionally raising those things that we all fall out about. But also, it reinforces what's important. And sometimes, as you all know, you get distracted by the nonsense and the zigzagging around you, and you've got to keep an idea of what you're trying to do it for. We want to do this. We built this building to keep jobs in Chorley. We will support business in Chorley and South Ribble to keep jobs in our area for the long-term future. So it's about getting into those schools, getting into those kids' lives to give them a long-term future in this community. And if we weren't doing that, we'd be failing in what we should be doing. So that's what we're about. We can't do it. You individually can't do it, but as a collective, I'm sure we can do it. and 100% sure of that. Was that enough of a rant for you?
It was the most one-sided Q&A I've ever been involved in, actually. But and no one's complaining either. But there was two things that stood out. I mean, I mentioned my time at Chorley Guardian, but I think the first thing I did was go save our Magpies when the football club were close to going under financially, and we raised 23 grand in no time at all. You know, and that was all from people in Chorley. You know, and 23 grand might not sound a lot, but these were fans who were giving £5 or £6.
Do you know what we own?
Sorry?
Do you know what we own now?
Go on.
A football ground.
Yeah.
Did we want to own a football ground?
No.
No.
No, but you look at what the football club does. You know, when Derby came to Vickery Park, you know, when they came and the BBC cameras were there and that's great exposure for the football club. And it's great exposure for the town that sits behind it. When Jessica Knight, the young schoolgirl, got stabbed and nearly killed at Astley Park, which was absolutely tragic, but we launched a campaign, we raised, I think, £17,000. All people in Chorley all came together, and South Ribble, it wasn't just Chorley as well. That's what Chorley is, you know. I thought you touched on a really interesting point about ambassadors. Okay, so if I think of all the really well-known local business people in Lancashire, I think of the Tony Attowns of the world. Now, there are others, you know, and obviously, you know, known very well at Marketing Lancashire, but there aren't enough people who put themselves on a pedestal, or who are approached to put themselves on a pedestal, who've got a great story to tell. The other thing that I thought was really telling, I don't know if this is a deliberate point, is that I've sat in council meetings, and it can be a bit tribal, and yet we've been here for 6 hours, we've not heard the word Labour or Conservative mentioned from a local point of view.
Do you want me to bring up people who should? Because then we'll dive into politics.
No, but this isn't about politics in terms of doing what's right for Chorley and South Ribble, is it? Because you know, you don't promote yourself as a Labour council. You promote yourself as a council serving the people of Chorley, and in South Ribble it's the same. You know, it's not about the politics. Is it? Do you make an effort to take the politics out of it?
And to be fair, Philippa Williamson is a new leader of Lancashire County Council. When we had our first discussions after she was elected, and I've been involved in Lancashire leaders' politics for 9-10 years, and trust me, it has driven me to walking out of a room, which I said I'd never do. It's driven me to effing and jeffing like you would not believe. And Steve coming out my ears quite often. She said there's 3 things we don't want to discuss. One, an elected mayor, but then the other 2 are 2 Ps. Well, actually it's 3 Ps. It's politics, personality, and place. Because if you're obsessed with your personality, there'll be a problem. If you're obsessed with the place you come from, and you having to do exactly what everybody else is doing and having one of them, you'll end up with problems. And if we get into politics, we forget about what we're here to do, which is about serving the people. There is a place for politics, and I'll be doing some of that this evening at our council meeting, because some of that yahoo stuff can be quite fun. It also is needed sometimes to create, you know, to put ideas forward. But when it comes to business in particular, and doing business and competing with the rest of the world, because you said it before, you've got to get over those 3 Ps and focus on what you're doing it for, which is for everybody's better future. Because it's meant to be a surprise to you, but not everybody in Chorley, even though it's a Labour-controlled council, votes Labour, or Conservative, or Green, or last year we don't vote at all and aren't interested, but we're still working for those people. So we need to get over those 3 Ps, and that was what I found very reassuring with the new leadership of County Council. I hope they remember that the next 4 or 5 years, as we hope they deliver a county deal.
Yeah, and yeah, Chorley, especially, you know, I know it very well, it's had a reputation for being pro-business. Final question, which is the one that Sarah brought up, which was the D. We're going to go from the 3 Ps to the D, the whole devolution question as well. I mean, what do you see happening with devolution and elected mayor? I mean, we're only going to talk for a minute on this, 2 minutes on this question. What do you see?
So as I said, I think Lancashire leaders and Lancashire politicians have failed Lancashire massively over the last few years. We're way behind Manchester. I used to really enjoy going to the Muslim Manchester people combined working arrangement because it was a positive thing. They didn't all get on, but they agreed that the problem was getting money from Westminster, not what was how it was split up in Manchester. Liverpool managed to get its act together enough to do that as well. Lancashire has simply failed to do that, and I've been there at the table, so I'm partly to blame. Like I said, I think we all need to work a lot harder. We need to all get over ourselves, and we need to come up with a system that works for Lancashire. The current offer on the table, because the government has realised that, particularly in county 2-tier areas, it's very hard to get a unanimity because everybody's slightly different, there's different powers and what have you. It's the county deal approach, which is a bit vague at the minute. There's not a lot of detail around it. We're still waiting for the levelling up white paper. But we agreed last week to basically now go away and write up a proposal for a county deal in Lancashire that all councils can buy into. So there's nothing agreed, it's all about we've agreed to agree. And if you like, I think that's a next step forward. All 15 councils at the table, nobody taking the ball home, because I think we've all learned that being precious won't get an answer. So we've got to get that money that Liverpool and Manchester had. The recent announcements, particularly around transport and things like that, Lancashire didn't get. It's a failure on all of us. And like I said, I've taken on the role of chairing district leaders because there are 12 districts in Lancashire, all very different, and perhaps I'm the bluntest of them all. I've been around longest, near enough now, and I can say how it is. I'm not worried about upsetting people because we have to do it. Because if we don't, there's no point any of us being there.
It's like climate change.
Vote none of the above.
No, absolutely. It's like climate change. We have to do it. We can't pass it on to the next generation. Otherwise, it is a failure on all our part. Alison mentioned at the start that his brother plays cricket for Eccleston and gets me out every time we play. Gives me dog's abuse, as I do him as well. Thank you for restoring my faith in the Bradley family today.
Text me. Did you always with you?
You said to be waiting for the third umpire before you walked.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah. I've got to be bold before I walk. But Alison, thanks very much for being so open, answering any questions, and also committing this event today, committing more time. I've mentioned before, lots of local council leaders, they attend for the cameras and then they walk away at the end of it. I've not seen that today. Thank you very much for the businesses in the room for taking part, asking some robust questions. The proof, as always, will be in the eating of it. I think we've got a lot of starters to talk about as well. We've identified that the head of planning is to blame for all our problems, but he's giving lots of land away for Christmas. He's over there just for an ordinary queue. We've established that CG Professionals is getting all the law work, from Chorley Council, so that's really good as well. We've got Jeremy Lefton has found out he's got no problem with his land anymore as well. We've got Runshaw College, what's happening there as well. I think what we've done, everyone's going away with something in a brown envelope. Because it's because it's Christmas. But so thanks very much for everyone's time, and hopefully it's been beneficial. And don't forget to fill in the feedback forms as well because they're really helpful. Thanks very much to Howard Anthony as well and his wooden horse for riding to the rescue on more than one occasion. So thank you very much.
Yeah.